Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. I had to go shut the door. My spouse gets very upset because I talk loudly on these things. Disturb her morning.
Isaac, thank you for making me host. I will go ahead and make Eric also, and Eric's co-host. Perfect. You're on top of it. Thanks, Isaac.
No problem. I will go post the YouTube link now, but you should be able to take things over from here.
Great, thank you.
It's a good thing I didn't decide to stay up to watch the Dodgers Padres game last night. They went into 16 innings.
Oh my God.
It'd just be a wreck, but I didn't really care because the Giants won. So. I always had this problem growing up on the East Coast because our favorite teams were usually West Coast teams or playing the West Coast, and you wouldn't find out what the results of the game were back in the old newspaper days. It was too late to get into the newspaper, and you didn't have internet to look at, right? So you had to somehow find out who won because you had to know who won.
You come to your standard radio announcer responsibility, huh?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's see. I think I got everything I need. Okay, Margie, when we get to talking about elements for the rule, I'm just going to pull up the existing version of the rule with the yellow notes. This is from the very beginning of our process, not with any of the first go-round changes because they're all moot now, but just
Right.
so that, we show kind of where I had identified holes and then how we're dealing with that. So then.
Well, let me show you here on my screen. Here's the Miro board I've created just.
Oh, okay. We're just going to ask people to add in, yeah.
Yeah, and on the right are the current categories of the headers in the rule. And I know definitions, I put that as an example because I'm sure people have different opinions about where this should go. And these are the other headers. The other headers in the rule are shown there on the right, just to give people an idea of what's currently in there if they don't have the document in front of them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning to Donna Enriquez. You're new to our Interconnection Working Group. I don't recognize your name. Would you please introduce yourself so I can make sure you're on our distribution list?
Hi, I'm Donna Enriquez. I work with system interconnections with El Paso Electric.
El Paso Electric. Thank you. Welcome. Good morning, Ron Flax Davidson. I don't see you yet on our distribution list. Would you please introduce yourself and your organization?
Sure. Ron Flax Davidson. I'm the president of the International Investment Group and also a member of RIA.
Thank you. If you'd like to be on our distribution list, please put your email address and phone number in the chat, and I'm happy to add you. This is Margie. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Margie.
Good morning, everyone. This is Arthur. It is 9:30, but we're a little lagging in terms of participants sign-in, so we're going to give it a couple of minutes. I usually like to see if we can hit 30 before we begin. Now we're up to 18, and they're coming in steadily, so we'll be back in a minute or two. Okay, we might as well begin. Good morning, everyone. Arthur O'Donnell, Public Regulation Commission here. Thank you so much for joining us. By my count, this is our 10th bi-weekly gathering since March 25th, and very much appreciate your continued participation. I know we're wearing people down. At one time, we had over 100 people on these calls, and now we're starting out with 30, and we'll probably get up to 40 by the time we get to the full discussion on things, but that's okay. Everybody knows where we are. Everybody knows where to find the documents. And I think that, we've come down to the place where we're really trying to bring everything together into a final form for a presentation to the commission. Since we last met, you will have received notice that there is a draft of the first version of the report that's available on the OneDrive, and you can see how to get to the OneDrive if you don't have a link to it. It's right there on the agenda, which was also sent out. And currently, that report comes in at 60 pages plus a whole lot of what we call appendix material that were the background documents that were used to develop the chapters. There's still a couple of holes in it that we'll go over a little bit later on, but now we get to the place where we're really asking for your review of what it is, not to introduce new elements, but to make sure that the report accurately represents the discussions that we've had over the past 10 weeks, the consensus items that we've reached during that time, the discussion of the non-consensus items so that the commission has a clear understanding of where various parties sit with regard to resolving those issues. I'll say that it looks pretty good to me even at this stage, and it represents an awful lot of work from everybody, and so we're doubly appreciative to that. We'll talk about that more as we move through the day. Just looking at the agenda here, we have a few topics to discuss after my welcome, which is a preliminary discussion about interconnection queues. As we were putting the report together, we realized that was kind of a hole, and it's an important hole, but we don't have time in this forum to really grapple with it. So I'm going to ask for ideas as to how we should grapple with it heading into phase 2 of this proceeding. We had a very long list of definitions, some of which were updated, and in the report version that's available, there's still some areas that need filling in, and we'll try and address those to the extent we can. We have a little Miro exercise, which is it's time to really think about going back to the rule, the original Title 17 rule, and figure out what needs to change, right? We had a preliminary attempt to look at that and realize quickly that we had to go through an awful lot of discussion of the component parts before we should really address that. But it gave us a really good sense at that time of what we needed to do, and that's really what helped create the body of the work that we've done so far. So I'll just remind everybody that my plan was always that we were going to go through the manual revision and then go back and make sure that the rule addresses all the necessary elements in the manual, that the manual is really the place for a lot of the detail and the specifics, and the rule is pointing to those places. And really, again, the very basic difference is that the rule is the commission's guidance to the utilities and market participants as to how to proceed and what specific policies need to be in place. And the manual is largely an agreement form between the utilities and their interconnection customers. There is yet a third set of documents that we have not addressed in this proceeding, which are the technical guidelines. And what my anticipation is that after we do the work on updating the manual and the rule, that the commission will direct the utilities to go back and alter their technical guidelines in conformance and then bring them back to the commission. That's my expectation of how the process will go. We will have a discussion of what the manual revision team has been up to, and I know that Roberto Favello has forwarded at least an outline to go over and talk about some of the major issues. Again, we're not introducing new items or elements or arguments. We're really just trying to build on the work that's been done, recognizing that, especially on the technical side, there are non-consensus items that still need to be resolved. And so we'll talk about how to deal with that as well. Then we're going to go into it and just take a pretty quick look at the final report in its current version, and just so that everybody's familiar with it and kind of what's embodied in it. Going to be a break, and I have to leave at noon. I have a conference presentation for electric power in the Southwest Conference that I made that commitment for way before we began this proceeding. So I have to live up to my commitments to my good friends at Law Seminars International. But we'll leave it in Margie and Eric Martineau's capable hands to continue discussion of the first draft, including especially the technical issues, which generally form the non-consensus issues, and then move into what to do next, how to accept comments on the report, and kind of what to look forward to in terms of the next month that we have. I mean, really, we have meetings on September 9th and 23rd, and we'll be using those meetings to hash out the final edits to the report so that it can be given to the commission in early October. We're still on time. We're still following the track. Hopefully we'll get there. And it's all because of the work that you put into this. So we really appreciate that. As many of you know, Margie, I'm going to share my screen now to pull up the agenda for a separate workshop, which is going to happen tomorrow. And this is in the community solar program. All right, where's my agenda for community solar? Right, and this will be tomorrow, 9:30 to 2:30 p.m. It's a commission workshop. The second that is try to pull some of the ideas out of the stakeholder process that's been ongoing for Community Solar Act implementation and identify some of the areas that the commission is going to need to make some decisions about. First and foremost, I'll just go through the agenda here so that you know what to expect. If you can join us. We're going to have a panel from the utilities and industry voices about how to construct the solar bill credit. This is one of the fundamental issues that the commission is facing, which is what credit is given to subscribers of community solar projects to offset the expense of them participating in the program. The commission is working with a definition that was established by the legislature, but it still has some fuzzy aspects of it. It's not just the commodity price of energy, for instance, right? And we're going to talk about where the utilities are in a very early calculation of what that solar bill credit might look like for their customers. We know that because it has to do with taking out distribution and certain other elements of the existing tariff for customers, that there's going to be differences in different rate classes, residential or small commercial or government entities or multi-unit housing or what, there's a variety of it. And so I've just asked them to try and provide preliminary calculations for residential and small commercial so that we understand, right? Kind of like what the base is. We're going to be trying to build on that base in a way that's in conformance with the law or may require some changes going forward by looking at two things. One is what happens if we apply a time of use function to the rates that are given for the solar bill credit? What does that look like? And also bring in some work in modeling from around the country, which is new approaches to modeling the value of distributed generation, especially solar. This will include modeling the value of the renewable energy attributes, the environmental attributes, looking at how to put a value on locational benefits and avoidance of things like transmission upgrades for locally sited DG. Again, these may not factor into the first phase of the community solar implementation, but we certainly want to talk about it because one of the make or break issues for community solar projects will be the definition and the calculation of the solar bill credit. We're going to move on to ways to allocate the community solar project capacity. We have 200 megawatts, and all the bill says is that they should be allocated proportionally among the utilities, but we find out that it really varies depending on what metric you look at. Total customers, total kilowatt hours delivered, renewable energy delivered, things like that. And Chris Dunn from the PRC's Utilities Division is going to show us 8 different ways to cut the pie, and the commission will have to decide what to do about that, right? We're going to learn some lessons from Colorado, which has a 10-year experience with community solar gardens. Both Colorado and Minnesota are among the earliest. We feel that Colorado is most akin to where New Mexico wants to be going. Kevin Cray from the Coalition for Solar Access, Community Solar Access, has been very active in this proceeding, is going to help us because he worked in Colorado through those years to help formulate that program. We're going to be talking about consumer protection and showing some variations on disclosure forms and registration forms that may serve as useful models. We also have a consumer protection package, right? Essentially a Bill of Rights for consumers that was developed in Connecticut. And I'll just give you a heads up, I'm going to be asking to form a subgroup, much like we formed subgroups in the interconnection proceeding, to help develop those consumer protections, because that really is the second most important aspect of community solar implementation for the commission, is to make sure that there are consumer protections put in place. Another crosshatch with this proceeding is that Ed Brolin from Con Ed Clean Energy Business is just going to do a brief summary of the work that was developed here in this proceeding on cost allocation alternatives. You've already heard the description of that, and it is a chapter in the report version with a much more detailed document that developed the ideas, and we're going to be looking at 7 different alternatives to the cause or pays all protocol that kind of defines the industry right now. And that, again, may not reach a decision point for the commission, but it certainly kind of gives them options to pursue in order to make community solar projects a little bit more feasible, and also to bring in ancillary benefits to the system reliability. We're talking about developing a pilot program for hosting capacity analysis, and Olga Lavrova from New Mexico State University, who also has been active in this proceeding, is going to talk about a pilot program that they've been doing with a couple of the utilities along the border for electric vehicle charging, and how we might adapt that by using NMSU graduate students to do hosting capacity analysis on feeders and circuits that most likely would be implicated for community solar. We're going to develop those ideas. And then the Stratagen folks who are doing the stakeholder outreach are going to come and talk about their steps, because they have one more meeting on September 3rd. And we'll have plenty of opportunity for discussion about these issues and other things. So if you can, I hope that you can join us. And if you don't have an invite to that, let me know later today. We'll make sure that you get the information to proceed. So I'm going to stop this document and go back to our agenda.
Arthur, before you do, is there instruction for individuals who wish to sign up for that workshop for tomorrow, or is it closed? Could you just say a minute or two so people know what?
Very quickly, if you can send an email to Isaac with the commission stating your desire to participate in the workshop. There's going to be 2 tracks as usual. One is the Zoom meeting, in which you'll be able to interact, and also a YouTube feed for those that just want to check in and monitor it. So Isaac, I think we'll get you the email with that information as we move along. So I see at least one person has requested to get that information. So we'll get that to you. All right, agenda for today. Here we go. You can all see this again. We're going to move on to just a very brief discussion of interconnection queues. As I mentioned, this is something of a hole in our report currently, and it's an important issue because, of course, we anticipate there to be, as a result of our work here and as a result of the Community Solar Act implementation, a lot more people coming on and looking for applications to interconnect, and how the utilities manage the interconnection process is going to be so important for that, both for large customers and small customers. We have received some essentially some ideas and partial proposals concerning issues related to queues, experience from other jurisdictions, ways to possibly proceed with queue management, visibility, and the differential treatment for different types and sites of projects. We really just did not get around to dealing with that here. I've had a couple of separate conversations with the utilities, and they're faced with a quandary, which is how to process applications before there's rules for community solar. That, of course, is a big issue, but also how to fit them in with other large projects that are coming in as a result of utility solicitations and moving to meet the greenhouse gas reduction goals, renewable energy goals under previous legislation, and how to make sure that that doesn't interfere with the processing of smaller projects, right? So while there's a desire to have one queue, there is also a recognition that one single queue might clog up the system and prevent doing analysis for smaller projects, right? We hope that the utilities will find a way to proceed on the interim such that they can work with the decisions that are being made in this interconnection for fast tracking of applications from smaller projects as we determine that, for doing the supplemental reviews and not having to wait for a large 200 megawatt wind farm or solar farm to go through its analysis before you can deal with residential and small commercial projects. I don't have any answers, but it would be great if the utilities got together and told the commission what they intend to do in the interim, recognizing that these rules will go into effect in 2022. Community solar is going to go into effect in April of 2022, and we're going to start moving on phase 2 of this proceeding in 2022 to try and resolve more specifically those issues. So I'll just put that on the table and see if anybody has any preliminary ideas, and would recommend that the utilities be prepared to tell the commission how they intend to go forward, kind of what their current status of interconnection applications are to deal with any backlogs, and also to invite industry representatives to work with the utilities on figuring out a good interim solution that they might bring to the commission that is something outside of this process that we're working on now, but may well help inform a decision that the commission is going to make either later this year or early 2022. So anybody have something to add to that? I'm not seeing everybody's.
Hey, Arthur, this is Kevin with CCSA. And, at the higher level, certainly makes sense, from my perspective, to have kind of an LGIA queue, for transmission interconnected projects, and then kind of an SGIP queue for, distribution interconnected projects. And I could certainly see merit in maybe like a third queue for level 1 interconnects, kind of in alignment with some of the proposals that came from the industry group around hosting capacity and stuff like that. But yeah, I think having kind of clear swim lanes for the respective project scales certainly makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay, I appreciate that. From the utilities point of view, they of course have limited resources and staffing that are devoted to doing the analysis on these projects coming in. So for some, that may be a little bit of a challenge to have 3 distinct swim lanes, as you call it. Anybody from the utility want to chime in here?
Arthur, Mike D'Antonio here with Excel. I'll defer to some other, maybe Kyle Riddell or Matt on this, but I guess one of the things in the discussions, prior discussions that we had, it was really important, I think, to both the industry and to the utilities to have a good qualification or pre-qualification of projects that actually met the criteria before studies were being done, putting in the queue and studies. So it would be helpful to make sure that when projects come up that they meet the requirements of community solar, like 30% low income and et cetera, all the requirements that are there before analysis is done to just help efficiencies and reduce utility costs and doing analysis on projects that may never be that just aren't real projects. So
Yeah, okay. I'll just say chicken and egg, cart before horse. Is that a lot of those projects won't know if they're viable until they have an interconnection place.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So that's a quandary, right? That's
Yep.
a quandary that the commission is going to have to deal with. So, all I can do is ask everybody to separately meet and talk about these issues, because I know that the commission is probably going to put out a what they call a bench request or a data request for status of interconnections as we move forward, and to update the information that we got back in February, to look at any kind of backlogs and to just get a sense of how the utilities are dealing with that. And it may or may not go into some kind of decision either in this proceeding or community solar, because it is community solar that's going to be the I think the biggest incursion of new projects into the system in the short term.
Yeah, and then Kevin Cray's comments make some sense, I think, with regards to, and your comments with regards to kind of separating the larger projects from smaller projects, so we don't have that queue issue of small projects getting delayed. So that makes some sense as well. Somebody else from Excel, please jump in, Matt or Kyle, that are actually doing the work, if you'd like.
Yeah, I would agree that it makes sense that, I guess, working through the issues on how that's handled and that the resources that it would take to manage it would be something we'd have to look at. But it does seem like it would help speed up the process for those smaller projects and not unduly delay them, which would be good.
Yeah, and I will point out that, part of the whole definition of levels is to try and take people out of the study queue if they really aren't causing problems, right? So that we can fast track them, so that we can make sure that they're not hung up as some of the more complex interconnections are proceeding with. So we'll just encourage that at this point, right? Without resolution, but do be on notice that we know that the commission is going to ask for this information.
Art,
Matt?
this is, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, Matt Hagan raised his hand, Roberto.
Yeah,
He's
sorry.
following the rules.
Yeah, sorry. I had to multitask a little bit there, so I didn't hear all of what Kevin described. But based on Minnesota's experience, it is important to have an expedited path for those. I guess expedited path is the right word. I don't know. For those smaller projects, so they don't get hung up behind the large projects. But it gets a little complicated as far as like how you account for the community solar gardens that like applied in front of them, I guess. So they're going to have impacts. They're going to have upgrades that they have. It's complicated things in Minnesota a lot. And actually, after we implemented our interconnection process in Minnesota is largely sequential, and nobody really liked it. And we haven't found a good answer for it since then. to find ways to do parallel reviews. But in my experience, I think it's really important to establish the cost allocation method as far as who pays for what, because that goes into a lot of it as far as who is the cost causer, which you mentioned before, that we want to have a cost allocation method so it's not all put on one person. So that's one
Necessarily.
step.
I mean, it all depends. There has to
Right.
be a determination that there is a system benefit that
Right,
goes
yeah.
beyond just a project benefit. Okay, Roberto, and then Ryan, and then Jim.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the one thing I was just going to mention that as part of the suggested improvements to the manual was recommending having two queues, one for behind the meter, another one for in front of the meter. No carrying applications. And then yes, the debate of the cost causation will have to be determined probably by the queue. But those are the details that need to be fine-tuned. But that's something that you'll see later on in the presentation.
Okay, great. Ryan?
Yeah, thanks, Arthur. This is an interesting discussion. You know, P&M's perspective now is that we prefer to have a single queue, and that's, you know, due to the cost and the burden that we feel would be required to set up, you know, a second or even a third queue. And I also wanted to mention too, you know, we've received some guidance from our FERC experts that there might be some FERC preference, maybe even some FERC precedent in support of having a single queue, because you avoid, you know, issues of preferring certain projects in one queue over projects in another queue.
Yeah, well, that may not be New Mexico's policy. And we're talking about distribution connections here. So we may actually prefer certain kinds of projects. I'm not saying, but that could be it. Jim?
Thank you, Arthur. Yeah, just real quickly, Renewable Energy Industry Association of New Mexico pretty much agrees with what Kevin Cray said from CCSA. We believe that separate queues would basically be more efficient, and I would suggest might actually lower the cost to the utilities in terms of processing them. So we think that would be a good way to go. Thank you.
Okay, and then Matt again. And then
Yeah, sorry, I had one more comment on it. It's also important or helpful, I guess, to have a reservation or carve out for the two groups. Otherwise, you could end up with conflicting, like rooftop applications are potentially taking away capacity from those large applications. Like the large applications may need to curtail because there's not enough capacity. And if rooftop applications get processed before they're able to be studied, they could lose out on hundreds of kilowatts of capacity in those scenarios. But if you had a reservation, that would be less of a concern.
Reservation. Okay. Well, again, we're not going to be resolving this issue here. Kevin Cray, I'll give you the last word, I think. Or Matt wants to talk again. All right, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Kevin?
Thanks, Arthur. Yeah, the last thing I just want to say is I'd be more than happy to take the conversation offline and be part of a subgroup with some utility representatives or anybody else who's interested in kind of digging further into the details in this. Agree that's probably the best forum for kind of working towards resolution here. So
yeah, and maybe that the utilities will each have their own process. It's just we need to let everybody know what those processes are. The goal is, of course, to have standardization of the way that we handle these things, but that may have to wait till phase 2. Okay. Anybody else so that we can move on? Thank you all for your contributions. I'm going to stop sharing here. And the next thing that we have on is a discussion about updating the definitions, and Satish and I think Steve Rimsha and Abbas Akil were working on that. I'm not out there, Satish.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
I know Margie's on, but I don't know if Abbas is around. We had the glossary that we discussed last time, and Margie can keep me straight, she included it in the report outline. And also apparently Stephen and others had put together a glossary, and Margie has put it in there as a non-consensus definition of terms. And that seems like a reasonable thing to me, but I don't know if Margie, you want to say anything more?
And maybe Eric wants to chime in here. I'm showing on my screen the section of the version 1 final report that's got definitions in it. And Eric has highlighted in red some definitions that still need some work. And so let me turn it over to you, Eric, if you'd like to talk about this, or if you want to wait till we go through the details to update these conversations. How would you like to proceed, Eric?
I'll just make a note right now for everyone on this in terms of what we did leading up in those days to issuing this first draft version 1, which is that we did receive a number of definitions following that last meeting, by the deadline that we had set for that Friday a week ago. And the definitions, by and large, all related to hosting capacity, which had originally been in an industry proposal back in May. And we included some text on definitions in the hosting capacity proposals, which are all non-consensus in the report, so that those proposals do say the following terms need to be defined, and here are the various positions on definitions by the utilities, by the industry group, in terms of how this might be worked through, what needs to be done. So when the industry group submitted the set of definitions right at the end there on hosting capacity, it seemed fair to include them, but we had not an opportunity to discuss them. And in fact, based on our assessment of where we stood with the hosting capacity proposals, we could not foresee achieving any consensus on anything related to hosting capacity in this phase 1 this year. And that includes the definitions. So it seemed reasonable to, I think also as Satish has just said, it seemed reasonable to include them as a separate non-consensus set of definitions, which I believe at our last meeting, actually, someone from the industry group, maybe it was Stephen, when we brought that up, that we could do that, said that would be acceptable to have a set of definitions, to put them in. We want them in, even if we have to call them non-consensus, it's okay. So that's essentially what we did. And I think that the other part of that was also related to the various forms of definitions of minimum load, which for the purposes of the aggregate capacity screen, and that's also talked about in those proposals for aggregate capacity. But I think there are some here in terms of definitions, and I don't think it's possible to agree on those either in the time we have, or because we still have essentially non-consensus on that particular proposal for aggregate capacity screen using different criteria. So including different definitions of minimum load. So it seemed that was about as far as we could go with it.
So go ahead, Arthur.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, and I think that there's a possibility of us reaching some kind of agreement on how to treat this very last sentence that's in the italics, which is recognizing that a common vocabulary has to deal with the dynamic nature of circuits, right? And to really understand terminology so that we're all talking about the same thing. We've used the term saturated circuits or constrained circuits. We've talked about availability or limits to capacity. It would be really great if we could reach some kind of terminology that the commission can rely on so that when it uses the words, everybody understands what it means. Right, so I'll just ask people to continue working on this, even if we don't have complete resolution to hosting capacity as as it is, just so that we use the proper language.
Hey, I agree. Hey, this is Stephen Rimshaw. I mean, I agree, Art. I feel like this process has been a little bit disjointed with different people working on different aspects, and then, you know, proposals not being fully incorporated within those work streams. So I think it's okay to have these as non-consensus, but at the same time, you know, the industry group was trying to propose pathways to move forward, and it seems like a lot of those definitions and concepts were not really considered, and I think there's more time to do that. And having said that, I think there's an opportunity to, over the next week, the industry group and others try to find alignment, support aspects of this document. We haven't quite heard about next steps, but my feeling is there's, and I need to completely review it, but I think there's ways to, you know, create further alignment with some of the original and ongoing thinking of how this should work, and yeah, just find better alignment and kind of clarify some of this, because it seems we're kicking the can on a lot of stuff where, you know, we fundamentally have to start standardizing at least measurement and moving forward. I just have some concerns that, you know, this is going to be once you go down the rabbit hole of hosting capacity, you're in a long, decade-long process almost. I mean, you can look at any other utilities that have adopted hosting capacity versus Hawaii utilities, which don't really still have any formal hosting capacity processes beyond, you know, what they do, but they haven't spent years investing and studying. Instead, they have processes that work, that send appropriate signals to customers. And I worry that, you know, we need to start collecting this data quickly. You know, in the Illinois interconnection proceeding that's wrapping up right now, you know, there's like a 12 or 18 month deadline to start capturing this data on all circuits, and you know, using these processes and making interconnection easier and quicker. So I feel there's just some greater alignment that we can hopefully draw out in the next week, and but we'll see where this process leads from here. So thank you for all the work on this.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
May I make a comment?
Go ahead, Satish.
So I just want to point out, if I may, that I don't have a problem with the non-consensus definitions in there at all, but I think we should keep in mind what a glossary is. So to say that a circuit or one or more circuits can have technical limitations, and they lead to a limit on how much renewable energy can be accommodated. I think that should not be a problem in itself. Now, defining a precise meaning to hosting capacity is a very detailed issue which belongs in the discussion of hosting capacity and the rules and the manual. But there's nothing wrong with the glossary saying, look, you cannot put 17 gigawatts on a baling wire. I think that much a glossary can accomplish.
Right. Well, a glossary is a shared set of language so that everybody's talking in the same terms.
Correct.
And it doesn't have to wait to resolve the policy issue. I mean, that's the key, is that we don't have to wait to resolve the policy issue to come up with a definition of what the policy issue entails. Okay.
Right. And to that, the glossary should not attempt to prescribe a detailed technical definition, because that's the other side of the risk. We should be careful we don't put into something in the glossary that becomes more than a definition and starts approaching a rule or a consensus understanding. That's for the rest of the manual.
Sure. I agree. We deal with that in other rulemakings as well. And I'll just point out that there is a parallel. We're essentially going to have two sets of glossaries. There's a glossary that goes into the manual that really tries to identify all the terms that need clarification so that people are understanding them. And then there's going to be a separate set of definitions in the rule that refer to the things that the rule refers to. And I see that as kind of maybe a subset of what we're working on here, with maybe a couple of different definitions, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And just before we leave this, just to understand that we are accepting comments on this, and Margie will talk about how we accept comments on this, but we don't need policy positions at this point. We need language recommendations, right? So if you're going to be making a recommendation, you can give us the context or the reason why you're making that recommendation in your comments for anything in this draft. But really, what we want is wording. How would you see it being clarified so that it reflects the conversation that we've had, so that it resolves the issue in the way that we intend to resolve it, or establishes an alternative that the commission will have to make a decision on? But it's got to be boiled down into specific language. Okay, Margie?
Yes, that was exactly what I was going to say. People can look at the comments in the glossary definitions, the two proposals, make comments along with anything else in the report. Satish, as you and Stephen as well, and Abbas and anybody, if you look at the report and see red line text that needs to be addressed, and you see a way of combining or resolving any differences, we welcome those opportunities as well. So Satish, I think that your team's job is largely done at this point. With a fine eye, you can take to the report and add or adjust any of the definitions that you think need to be clarified, or where Eric has pointed out something that is ambiguous or needs resolution. So thank you.
Hey, just one comment from Stephen Rimshaw. I mean, I'm not sure where we're going to learn more about the manual revision. I don't think the link to the folder of the final draft reports has it in there. I mean, these definitions could be non-consensus in there as well. It's a matter of where they're going and how they're being incorporated. So just wanted to add that, if the tension of it being in this specific section, there's, these types of definitions are clearly in manuals across the country as well.
Yeah. Okay, well, again, specific language recommendations. David Spradlin has his hand up.
Say, Art, following along what you just said, I'm assuming that other set of definitions is where you would want what I've talked about through this process of a small utility definition.
Yeah, I know that in legislation, small utilities are definitely defined by the number of customers, right, as a cutoff point for things.
Yeah, so I assume that definition didn't belong on what we were just talking, because that was the manual. But the other set of definitions that you previously mentioned would be the place that would be written like it is in the current rule.
Right, correct.
Okay, all right, just checking to make sure. Thank you.
Anybody else before we move on? No. Okay, learnings from other jurisdictions, sure. We're doing that. We're doing that all the time, Ed. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen again and pull up what is the very first thing that we did together here back in April, which was to look at the existing rule, Title 17, Chapter 9, Part 568, at all that. And at the very beginning, I had a rudimentary sense of what needed to change. So, and I generally put things in yellow. What I see now is that there is a lot more that could potentially go into this rule than I had originally thought. I was just gonna like update references and fill in a hole and update dates and things like that. So As we move forward, for instance, the first thing that I identified was the reference to exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about the IEEE 1547 rule and or the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's SGIP policy, right? And the updates on that. This clearly shows you how old this particular rule is. We had really the understanding that there were several points of definition that we needed to define for the purpose of the rule. And I identified them, highly seasonal circuit things, not something that we talked about here, impact studies, that. What I understand to be the case now is that there is a desire in certain sections of the rule to add in more of the specifics of the process, right? To really build out things like this section 10, which is the review process based on the decisions that we're making, the consensus on levels, and to put that into the rule. The fee structures we had changes to. We had the whole issue of who pays for this and the cost allocation. Actually, the language that's in 14A still kind of works, but really should be fleshed out a little bit in terms of, says here, the costs for the fast track or full interconnection shall be borne by the interconnection customer unless otherwise agreed to by the parties. And, you know, I would imagine that we'll change that to unless the commission determines that a cost sharing mechanism should be in order for that particular project. Not a general rule, but really a case-by-case basis. And so we'd like to see that kind of stuff. I don't think that we talked about the safety provisions, but all of those things ought to be reviewed and updated for sure. I'm still wary of trying to fit 10 pounds of manual language into 5 pounds of a rule, just because it might be easier to change the manual in the future than to go back and change the rule, although I'm told from our general counsel that you have to do both at the same time. But just to tour through that. Now, Margie has set up a Miro with some ideas as to kind of what we should think about including in the rule. And she has put a link to the Miro board in the chat. So if you can move over to that, she's going to show us what she's talking about, and then we can go to Miro if necessary. Margie?
Great. In Miro, I've set up just a whiteboard, essentially, where we'd like to ask the working group, because we have not done a process yet, to ask you all what you think should go into the interconnection rule and what should not go into the interconnection rule. So I have a whiteboard that has 2 sections set up where you can add stickies, and I've just started a sticky for the definitions because I've heard arguments that definitions maybe should go in the rule or should not go in the rule. So we want to open the opportunity for you all to post stickies on topics that you think should or should not go into the rule. And on the right-hand side of this board, I have just listed the headers from the existing rule that Arthur just summarized, just to give you ideas of the categories of topics that are in the rule. So what we'd like to do is take maybe a minute for you to think about what things you think should go in the rule and add a sticky note, if you can, to the Miro board. If you're not able to get into Miro, and a couple reminders, we have some new folks here, that you do not need to log in or sign in to Miro. You can simply use the board as an application and add a sticky from the menu bar on the left-hand side. If this is not workable for you, then please put your idea into the Zoom chat, and I will go there and extract your ideas and add this sticky notes on to Miro. So a couple things for making Miro easier to work with. There's a settings bar up that has 3 vertical bars and 3 circles. That's the settings. You can tell your computer whether you're using a mouse or a trackpad. on that same menu, if you click on those vertical 3 bars, you can turn off collaborators' cursors so that you don't see everybody flying around the board as you're trying to edit and add your stickies. If you have questions about navigating, please speak up through Zoom and we'll try to guide you to the use of this. And we can also leave this board open for a few days if you want to go back to it and add your sticky notes after you've had a chance to review the final report draft version that's out there. So this is not your only chance to put ideas in here, but we thought it was important that you all have an opportunity to suggest what should go in the rule.
Yeah, and I'll add that, you know, because of limitations of space on this, as you're going through the manual, as you're going through the report, there may be elements that we've, you know, the component parts that should go into the manual that you can put in your comments, this should be in the rule, and at least specify the length of detail, the kind of detail that you think should be that all summarized, reference, something like that, so that we get begin to really start cross-connecting the 3 different streams that we're working on. The 3 streams are the report that's based on all the work that we've done so far, consensus, non-consensus items, the manual revision, and what should be in the rules. So anything that that strikes you that really should go into the rule, you can not just put a sticky here and say this needs to go in the rule, but you can also help qualify that in your comments on the report and or the manual when we get to that place, and that would help us tremendously. So, Margie, do you want to give people an opportunity to do things now, or give them time to think about it and leave this open for them?
I think what we'll do, the folks now have seen this available. We'll put the link directly into the meeting summary for today and give people a week. And maybe what we'll do, I'll time it such that we'll close this board on September 3rd when we are accepting the first round of comments from the final report. We use the same deadline. And then if people want to add things, you can expand the size of your sticky note to whatever detail you want, or you can send us detailed input. But I think, Arthur, for now, let's just say this is the place for people to put that input as to what should be in the rule, and we'll leave it open till September 3rd so that you can go directly into the Miro board at any time and add things, and we'll monitor it up until the 3rd.
Okay. What I'll suggest is we're a little bit ahead of the game here. We have 5 minutes. Why don't people just take a couple of minutes to test the link to Miro so that you can see where it is and familiarize yourself with it. You don't have to do anything with it now except maybe bookmark it for later. But why don't you just take a couple of minutes, and we're going to take a brief 5-minute break and come back to talk about the manual revision team activities at 10:30, okay?
And this is Margie. I'll stay on through the break. If anybody's got questions about navigating here on Miro, feel free to speak up.
I see that we do have people adding
Great.
things to it. That's great.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, good.
There'll be enough room?
Oh, yeah, it's infinite. And you can put them on the boundaries. I'll make it even bigger, but we can make it infinite in size.
Okay, great. And then next time we meet, we'll review what people have to say and organize it a little bit and
Yep.
try and capture what would be best. Great, thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next part of the agenda, which is to hear from the Manual Revision Group. Roberto Fazvella has an outline to share with us and to talk through it. Roberto, you're up, and you should be able to share your screen. Okay. Like me, the real reason for that break was so I could go downstairs and get some more coffee. So that's probably what he's doing.
So
I have your presentation, Roberto. If you want me to share, I'm happy to do that. Whatever's easiest for you.
yes, please. I really appreciate it because I don't know how to make it share here at my end.
All right, I'll get you. Okay.
So thanks, everybody. This preliminary draft of the New Mexico Interconnection Manual, I mean, it's a result of 6 weeks of discussion among the utilities, meeting on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. And given the the amount of time, it's going to be evident that we didn't reach consensus on several of the issues. Some of them, the technical screens and issues that we have marked as non-consensus separately. The manual is based on the IREC 2019 model manual that it was published as a 2019 edition. That was that was our starting point. Well, what I did, and once you get to see the document itself, which will be shared sent to Margie today, we removed all the non-relevant information just for ease of making this thing a little bit easier to read and not have so much red lines in it. For instance, the introduction, where they thank a lot of people, we renamed the manual. Every reference to IREC, it was renamed to New Mexico Draft Manual, Interconnection Manual, things like that. Another thing we did was I highlighted the sections where we have the attachments, so that indicating that needs to be corrected, and the descriptions will need to be updated as appropriate once the manual reaches its final form. The document itself is an amalgam of all the discussions we have among the three utilities, and I wanted to just point that out because we determined that we encountered several challenges. I mean, some of them in the interpretation of what the manual meant, what they were requiring, the IREC manual, this is, how the DE, also another challenge was the impact of DER on a specific utilities footprint. I mean, everybody is facing different challenges, so everybody had a different position and had a different approach of how they wanted to attack the current problems they're facing and the ones they're foreseeing in the future. And also the software capability. As utilities, we have different programs, and some of us don't have some of the programs that others do to carry out some of the requests or the reporting capabilities or requirements that are being asked. So for those reasons, we determined that each one of the utilities will submit its final commentaries from the version that we're going to be sharing today by September 3rd. We'll continue to refine the document and seek among ourselves additional alignment on the important issues. But the document itself, each one of the utilities will be submitting commentaries by September 3rd. That was usually this kind of document takes a year or 2 years to be developed, and in 6 weeks, it's a pretty hard task to really have a consensus document. And this is just among the utilities. We still have to have here the opinion of the developers. So it's just take this with it's a preliminary draft, and that's all it is. Now on the draft itself, we went into the interconnection review. Right now, it had 4 levels. We allocated, or proposing to allocate, 3 levels for behind the meter load serving applicants, sort of to address the point that was discussed earlier today. Separate the queues for behind the meter applications, and then allocate a 4th level for the large in front of the meter non-serving facilities that to be managed. Well, number one will be a lot less applications, and number 2, we'll have to have a different management process. We are suggesting, at least to use for the in front of the meters, the S-chip process. The discussion was we had 2 alternatives, whether to include in the process on that level 4, basically a replica of the S-chip process, or just make reference to the S-chip in case the S-chip also it receives, it gets an updated in the future. It's updated in the future. So that's one thing that I mean, everyone it's still pondering which way is the best way to accommodate and separate the in front of the meter from behind the meter reviews. Also, the manual talks for letting the customer know that within 3 days if the application has been received. There was, I mean, everybody was pretty much on board with that. Given the number and complexity of the new applications which are being received, which also include ESS and may be receiving bidirectional, the request is to extend the review for completeness to 20 business days. Right now, the manual is offering 10. But it's been the request that as the feeders, I mean, become more impacted and the complexity of the applications, it's increased, that the review process may require more time. So it's been suggested to put the 20 business days receipt to provide an answer. Obviously, that will exclude the fast track applications, the residential ones that those, because they will be in the fast track, I mean, the notifications will be happening a lot sooner. And that's going to be the vast majority of the applications. But the 20 business days will be for the hard ones that require or identify to have problems, or infrastructure upgrades that you can only detect upon review. So also some of the customers required to submit additional applications in their for more complicated and larger levels, like level 2 or level 3. And sometimes it's not received where they're not accurate. So we make mention and we introduce the concept of microgrid and other complex technologies into the manual. I mean, this is something that wasn't there, but we just added that reference in there. That kind of technology may require additional time to review. And each one is going to have to handle separately. And obviously the utilities will have to provide that information, notify the requester as soon as practical, that it may require more time. But obviously it will have to be done before the interconnection is the time by the 20 business days expires. So the customer will always be in the know if it will require, and it will also know why it's requiring more information. In regards to the queue, we suggested, we were suggesting to have 2 queues, one for behind the meter load serving applications and another one for non-load serving applications, which will connect directly to the feeder substation. The reasons, I mean, I think I'm not going to dwell on this, since it was already explained by several parties why it's important. It does have some challenges. I mean, that will entail having allocations or dedicating a part of the feeder or reserving some of the feeder capacity to DERs. For instance, 50% or 60% of that to the DER, so that the queues will be easily managed. That's going to be a more complex issue that it's not going to be able to be addressed in this meeting today, but But that's further discussion.
Okay, Roberto, this is Arthur. I just have a question.
Sure.
When you're talking about non-load serving applications, are these projects that might be selling via PPA to the utility or participating in wholesale markets? What do you mean by that?
It means everything. It means community solar projects. It means PPAs. It means QF, qualifying facilities. Any project that it's directly to the feeder, and it's not serving or it's not going to be designed to serve the customer, a specific customer's load. So any of those large projects, for instance, if you just want to be QF, build 2 megawatts of QF and sell it directly to the utility, or if you have a PPA with the utility, or if you want to build a 3 or 4 megawatt community solar project, all of those will apply under that category.
Okay, and the reason for putting community solar in that category is because under SB 84, the utility actually takes all of the power from the community solar project and continues the distribution function of that, right?
Yes, and it's also because it doesn't serve any specific load.
Well, you know,
it's
one
larger
could
in nature.
argue that it does, but
Well, yeah, no, I mean, yes, we're talking serving load, I mean, in the technical sense, not in the regulatory sense of it.
okay. All right. Well, we're just going to highlight that and flag it as possibly something that somebody else might disagree with, but go ahead.
Okay. So then we're suggesting that the public, the queues be publicly made available or updated on a quarterly basis. I mean, that way everybody, the stakeholders will know where their project lies and if they wanted to review what's ahead of their projects, what lies ahead, and how busy the utilities are processing them. The material modification reviews, we did some put significant suggestions in there, and but one thing we made in there that we didn't agree with the IREC model is that it will not be allowed for fast track applications for obvious reasons. I mean, if it's fast track means there's no upgrades and the application may come in service. And once the application is in service, it will not be allowed. I mean, they will have to submit a new application and pay the fees once it's you have an agreement to put it in there. Also, one thing that the manual doesn't mention is who's responsible for paying for those material modification reviews. So we're just putting a couple of comments in there. The customer is responsible for the material modification review cost. Now, group studies. This is something that the IREC it's introducing, the IREC manual. This is largely done for the large interconnection studies, but this is something they're introducing for distribution, and there may be instances and benefits of doing this. And this is probably something that may be done at the utility discretion whenever they feel that there's things, efficiencies and expediency to gain. However, the cost of each one of the projects will not be bundled like it's done on the large interconnections. Each project by itself, each applicant will be responsible for its own identified cost, and that determination will have to be done through the queue, and the upgrades identified through them. But study, I mean, to expedite the study process, you may be able to study 4 or 5 or 10, for instance, if they have a new area that's being developed where they're introducing lots of solar, that can be studied in, I mean, in one project, I mean, as a cluster. That's one thing that we put a couple of comments in there in the study group. And then the pre-application report, basically this was the language that was, I included the language that from the consensus decision, I mean, or almost unanimous consensus of position, which I know we have one dissenting voice. So I didn't put it unanimously, but almost unanimously approved. So that's what is being reflected here in the report, I mean, on the manual itself. The screening process, this is where we still having a lot of issues as to what and how we want to handle things. And it's looking into the future, primarily some of the primary challenges we're seeing. It's including the ESS or energy storage and its operation modes, but it's addressing future complex technologies. And I mean, that's one of the things that although I make reference here in the manual, I put a big note that it says to be determined, because once the subgroup or ladder phases, the different utilities will be and stakeholders will be offering a more consensus opinion. Right now, it's everybody's positions are too divergent and too varied to offer one. I tried to put sort of like this is where I try to sort of blend the different positions just as reference for this manual, but definitely you'll see on each one of the IOUs presentations that they have different proposals in there. So. And then lastly, I mean, there's a dispute resolution. That was just, I mean, a copy of the language that was consensually approved by the subgroup. And the utility reporting requirements, we're suggesting that it's filed annually, and it's the position here. It's very different from the IREC. The IREC requirements are too onerous on the utilities, and I know recently SPS submitted a document which EPE supporting. Given the different the interpretations of some of the comments, PNM was proposing to have remove a lot of those some of those fields, and from the preliminary manual. So I mean, you'll be seeing those. And there's a couple of interpretation issues that may need to be addressed later on, and you may be seeing on the commentaries as to why some of the reporting requirements may be requested to be removed. It's just the way the each one of the IOUs utilities process them and how they interpret some of the language. So that was some of the challenges we're encountering, and we were not able to really resolve by today. And that's in a nutshell the whole report. And I mean, today's presentations. I don't know if we can address.
Okay, so you're going to make the actual document available later today?
Yes, I'll be sending it to Margie so that she can post it, and definitely, I mean, with a caveat that each one of the utilities will be submitting their own commentaries to that report. I mean, with that preliminary draft.
Yeah, Stephen Remshaw is asking, will the manual be a non-consensus item? Well, we have 2 more meetings and we can try and drive towards some consensus on some of this stuff if people are willing to do that. I think that let's talk now about how to proceed. And my sense is that Roberto, do you feel that the utilities have done what they can do? That there's really not another point of trying to go back without some direction or strong feelings from the larger group, and that we could move on to a next level of review of this?
Yeah, we have 2 more meetings where we're going to try to align further the document, but because we had today's presentation, so this is as much we were able to accomplish. We're going to try to reach additional consensus in the next couple of meetings that we'll be having next week.
Do you know what issues you're trying to discuss?
The levels, the screening levels, and how to handle, and also the reporting requirements. Those are the primary issues we're encountering.
Okay. Right. So both of those things appear to be different than the conversations that we've had to date in the larger group. We thought that the reporting requirements were a consensus because everybody pretty much agreed to them. We gave the utilities a lot of opportunity to work with Jim Desjardins to refine. Jim made some changes to what was in IREC. So why should we take the utilities' new position that hasn't been vetted into consideration?
So I'll answer that one, Art, because I did mention on our previous meeting that we were going to respond and offer our position, that we didn't agree with Jim's position because on what he was proposing. That was, I made that point myself. And that we were trying to address our recommended position in this write-up on the manual, because the utilities didn't really participate in Jim's. I mean, the only one was EPE, and they only listened. And I had more questions than proposals, and those were not properly addressed according to the people who participated. They didn't feel like the transparency, just for the need for transparency, was a good point, because it still makes the utilities. Put the utilities on a lot of burden to create and come up with a lot of the data that might not be necessarily good. But you'll see what is being proposed, and I think also SPS submitted a document suggesting what they would like to see as a reporting requirement. So, and that was not reflected in Jim's document. So,
okay, we would really like to see a unified utility position on that, right? Rather than have 3 different sets of reporting requirements. I know that the commission is not interested in having a wide variation of things. And I'll just remind you that if this is a matter of metering, that you can file a request for funding for this under the grid modernization applications, right? So, we would really try and drive towards a single unified utility position. Even if there's variations, that you can accommodate them in the unified position. But essentially what we're going to do is that we're going to offer the commission a choice between what the IREC manual as modified by Jim's group, or Jim, is, and what the utilities position is, and the commission is going to decide.
Very well. We'll try to align our efforts into that part first.
Right. Steve Rimshaw?
Yeah, hi. I'm just uncomfortable with the timing of all this and all the potential undoing of the working group draft that I think is going to be done as we better understand these manual revisions. And I'm also concerned of why are we coming to consensus on this, but not the other sections of the document as a group? It really feels like our focus should be redlining the working group document, enhancing it, ensuring positions are there. And I agree, the manual update needs to happen. It just feels disjointed and late. And a lot of times it comes after commission rule too, with some clarity of what should be in there. So it seems like we're creating multiple processes through this manual revision effort. And I think it's going to confuse things, and I'm not sure there's, how much time should be drawn to it, because it really seems to be undermining a lot of what's in the working group report. Not having seen a lot of details with what's being worked on, but there seems to be a lot of contradictions, and it's, I'm not sure it's the best use of time, the utilities working on that versus really working on the working group document, incorporating red lines, trying to find alignment, trying to raise concerns, and incorporating more positions into that document. Thank you.
Okay, well, I understand that concern, and time is the critical issue here. So I guess I'm going to suggest is that as you're reviewing this document, if you see what you feel are deviations from what has been agreed to, right, the consensus areas, point them out, and we'll try and reconcile them. It may well be, as you point out, that the commission makes a whole bunch of decisions on non-consensus issues and then goes and tells the utilities and or a group to revise the manual based on those. But we need to have something, right? We can't be working blind. We need to see how the work that we're doing is being translated into the manual. I would say sooner rather than later, and it may not be that we reach a final on the manual revisions until after the commission issues its decision, but we still need to point out where the decisions need to be made. Does that make sense?
Yes, I mean, I would just be a little concerned is like everyone, well, I understand from the working group effort and red lines, we're supposed to have all those in by the 3rd, and the industry is going to be meeting next week, working to create further red lines to, make the product better. I'm just, the alignment of this effort and the industry having to review and confirm alignment with the existing working group process seems, again, a little bit disjointed in how are we coming together to resolve this, that what feels like a separate work stream in a lot of ways. Not that it's not needed, but I would hope that they're looking at the working group report and incorporating alignment in those issues. It sounded like there was going to be a lot of changes, but maybe I just misinterpreted the presentation I heard. But the timing of all this just feels very complicated in how I understand the industry group.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm going to say that we disfavor introducing new things at this point in the game, although there may be things that really need to be introduced because we didn't get around to them. Eric, are you on? Do you have any guidance for us based on your experience doing this process in California?
Well, maybe not really at this point. It seems like, I think a model that we have used in the past is if we get to this point and there's still fundamental disagreement on something, or something was submitted late in the process and there wasn't time for it, that we put it in an annex and we say, there wasn't time for the working group to vet and come to some understanding on this, but we're including it. It's not a very elegant solution, but right now we actually have 3 different proposals, don't we, for reporting requirements. And so at least we should try, to come to a meeting of the minds on the 2 additional ones that have been submitted since the one that's in the revision 1 draft, the version 1 now, and maybe point out in the second draft points of commonality and difference between the 2 different sets of 2 different proposals, but that may be as far as we can go.
All right, so let's we do have 2 more meetings, and while we're going to be talking about red lines to the manual revision, to the report revision largely, let's set aside some time for the 2 issues that seem to be majorly deviating from what we've done in the past, which is the levels of screening, because we went from 3 to 4 to 3 and now 4 again in this proposal. It's a little confusing to me. And also the reporting requirements. And I would just urge the utilities to try and unify around one alternative to present, and we'll talk about it next time. And if we can't reach any kind of resolution, then it goes to the commission. That's pretty much all I can say. Jim Desjardins.
Yes, thank you, Arthur. Yeah, and this is a little after the fact, and maybe I'm just a little confused, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly, that only the utilities worked on this manual revision.
Yes, we gave them the opportunity to be first movers on this, and then now it's up to everybody else to comment. Now, a way of streamlining this could be that the industry and others get together and identify a couple of people, right, that can focus on the utility proposal for the manual, and everybody else is free to continue working on the report. That might be a way of splitting the work rather than having 12 different people doing the same thing. I'll leave that up to you, and we'll entertain some discussion about that.
Great, thank you.
And Art, this is Eric again. Just since you mentioned the screening capacity levels, this proposal H-1, if we could have at least 5 minutes while you're still here before noon to come back to that, during that half hour we've allocated to talk about the first draft, because I'm really at a loss for how we somehow managed to get away from consensus. I thought we had achieved very clear consensus during the last two meetings for the three levels that are now in there. So I think it's quite troubling if we're doing something different. But anyway, hopefully we can have that discussion while you're still here.
Yeah, I agree. It is, we understand, but the thing is that we have spent a lot of time on that issue, and it is troubling, to use your word, to come back. And it may well be the right solution, but again, why didn't we hear about it before?
In Art, I mean, I can address these issues because in the manual, the IREC introduces this concept of the S chip that it was not really fully covered, and a lot of the considerations were done for behind the meter, and the IREC was really the large S chip community solar projects were not really discussed. So that's where we've encountered somewhat that how do we handle this and separate, so we made things a little bit more expeditious and easier to address and see and separate the two. That wasn't before. So it's not an
Okay,
easy task.
I can see some logic behind essentially the lumping together of these non-load serving projects for the interconnection queue that we talked about. But this is really more about deciding how you process the application. So,
exactly.
So I really need to understand why it needs to be different when it previously was bundled into level 3.
Because this is the reason, and this is one part that has not really been discussed, Art. There's going to be projects that are going to fall under FERC, although they're a distribution, for obvious reasons. That the FERC, for instance, if you have a PPA, that falls under FERC because it's a purchase that when you're willing, power from the distribution out, that's also under FERC. So those jurisdictional positions need to be addressed, and if we bundle everything into the behind the meter where it doesn't involve FERC, it muddles things, it makes things murky. What we were trying to do is separate the ones that could fall under FERC in a separate process altogether, and leave all the others that are always under distribution for those behind the meter customers that will always fall under distribution on a separate, very clear path. That was the logic behind it. Just because a project is connected to distribution feeder doesn't mean it always falls under distribution jurisdiction. There's instances where it will fall under FERC. That's why we're trying to.
Does anybody sign a PPA for projects less than 10 megawatts anymore?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does anybody sign a PPA for projects less than 10 megawatts anymore?
Yeah, well, we have a couple.
Okay. All right. Well, we're dealing with 10 megawatts of generally distribution connected, but we understand that there may be other instances. All right. We do have a strong feeling from Steve Rimshaw that this is a distraction, that we should just leave the manual to be worked on later. I still want people to be able to look at the work that the utilities have done. I really want the utilities to center on proposals for reporting requirements, and that because we're going to have to do it eventually. And if we have the ability to do it before we turn the report in, that would be great. But if it comes in after the report gets turned in, then that's something that we're going to have to deal with. Okay, Eric.
Oh, I'm just reflecting on this. I think we can actually handle it very simply. We don't even need to do it while you're still here, Art, given what Roberto has just said. So I'm less concerned about it now after what he said. But we'll come back to it either while you're here or in the afternoon.
Any other discussion about what you've heard so far off of these two topics? Anybody? Hearing none and seeing none, we are ahead of the game. So, no,
Arthur, this
Margie?
is Margie. Let me can I summarize what I think the process is next for this topic? It sounds like the work that the utility group has done on the manual is at a point where it deserves review by the broader working group. And so I think what I heard is that the draft document that the utilities have put together, Roberto, will be sent today so that we can share it with the group. And then so I guess I don't know what the next step is.
Okay, there are still two areas that they're going to meet on and try and boil down. One is the levels and one is the reporting requirements. So that's going to be added to or revised the document that we have now. And they promise that'll be done by September 3rd. But that doesn't mean that people can't start reviewing the rest of the document.
Okay, and I agree that because that is some duplication with those same issues are in our version 1 of the final report. So I think I agree with Stephen on this, is that it'd be frustrating to have them be reviewed in two separate paths. And it probably is best that energy is spent on reviewing the report, then we can make the manual draft consistent with it. But
I agree with that. But I want people to be able to see what the alternatives are, because we may not reach resolution.
Okay.
And it may well be that in both the report and in the draft of the manual that gets forwarded to the commission, we have alternative 1, alternative 2.
Okay, sounds good. So our deadline for this review of this, an updated draft manual from the utilities group is September 3rd.
No, that's when they're going to give us their final, and people will still have the ability to review it.
Okay, right. So document from the draft manual from the utilities group will come to us by the 3rd.
But there is an interim version of it that people can begin reviewing and marking up for discussion on the September 12th meeting.
Okay.
And really, the whole gist of that is to make sure that what the utilities have put together is reflecting what is in the report and the consensus issues in the report, and to flag anything that seems like it's not, so that we can figure out how to deal with it.
Okay, great.
I'm gonna. Hey Art, this is Eric
Yeah.
again. I'm gonna beg to differ on that.
Okay, all right, tell me.
Because I think in the case of reporting requirements, that's gotten very messy at the end, because we now have 3 different proposals, and there was an intention to have one proposal from the group, which wasn't entirely fulfilled. So from the subgroup. So I think that's a very special case, and you can handle that, in terms of what seems to be merited. But in general, our design process throughout the entire working group has been that we would agree on what goes into the report, and the report would reflect what we've done and discussed and worked through, and then the manual would reflect the report, and the manual would respect what we've agreed to in the report. And so for the case of the screening capacity levels, we have to essentially agree on what's in the report right now. And I think we may be able to do that today. But in any case, people need to comment on what's in the report, and the manual needs to then just reflect what's in the report. The manual cannot be a separate negotiation and discussion that's different from what's in the report, because this is something we've worked on from the beginning. So if people have disagreements about what's in proposal H1 on capacity levels, they need to put comments by September 3rd in their comments on the version 1 of the final report. And then that gets worked through in coming up with the second draft of the final report. And ultimately, the manual has to reflect all of that. But if the people working on the manual have objections to what's currently in the report, they can either voice those today or they can voice those in their comments on the report by September 3rd. That's my understanding of how this, of where we've, sort of the main methodology we've been employing since the beginning. Okay,
I'll defer to you on that because you're the driver of that section of the report, and it's still, I'm looking forward, and I'm still seeing that we're not going to have agreement. We're going to have one set of proposals with maybe two alternatives that the commission's going to have to work on. We will embody them into the final version of the report. So that's where the effort will go.
And Art and Eric, we're going to have to disagree a little bit into the manual itself. We stated at least 2 weeks ago that we're going to be putting some of our findings on the manual itself that were, for instance, the reporting requirements that would be reflected there. If we're just going to take in what we have in the reports, then there's no real reason to have a work group for the manual because it just, putting together the pieces. And
right, but this is a stakeholder process, and this is on the stakeholders to put together the pieces.
I understand,
and we gave you the first mover on this, recognizing that that there was probably going to be some deviation, but we really need to kind of formalize a process for making these things all be in alignment. And so that's why we're troubled by having changes added at this point in the game. I'll just say that.
I understand, Art, and what we're trying to do is reconcile all those things and try to put more clarity into things. I had asked before for the what section of the levels should be included in. I was given the report itself, which has a lot of them that were non-consent. I was asking which one shall be in the report. I'm sorry, in the manual. And obviously, it's the only thing I received was the report itself, which has many positions. That's why I mentioned in the presentation, there were so many divergent positions, and none of them fully consents that I didn't know what to put in there. But we'll meet again and see if after today and everything, we can have something better. If not, I'm just going to state this is a to be determined section to be incorporated later into the manual by other entities. But we'll do our best effort to try to provide something that it's in alignment with what's in the report and its consents, and hopefully it dispels that clarity. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel on our end. We're just trying to make, and this is from the IOU side, we're just trying to make things easier to apply in a process that it's user friendly, not only for the customer, but also for the utilities. That's a whole effort. And that's what we're trying to achieve. We're not trying to change anything or put a fast one on anybody. So hopefully,
yeah, you say that. Okay, Jim.
Arthur, I'm just reflecting back on what Eric just said, that, and I'm thinking I'm quoting him correctly, that the manual needs to reflect what is in the report. But from what I can see here, we have one group, which is utilities, interpreting what that is. And I think we're kind of having a little, maybe disagreement or lack of agreement here on that. And so I just want to make sure that the industry group is able to adequately weigh in and make their interpretation.
Yes, we will make sure that happens. But I think that Eric has a very strong argument for let's work on the report and then go back to the manual after seeing what the utilities have given us, and make sure, and then the utility, that's not just the industry group, but it's the people that are non-affiliated with either, get a chance to weigh in and reconcile this. We may need a reconciliation group right? We've done that before, right? So that's it. I'm just very conscious of time, and I'll just be honest with you, is that we're going to lose Eric pretty soon. We're going to lose Margie as of October 1st. If we don't have this stuff in pretty good hands by October 1st, then you're going to be depending on me to finalize all the documents and bring them to the commission. I'm not sure that you want that.
Understood. Thank you.
Hey, this is Stephen. I guess that's my concern, right? This all just feels so rushed, so impactful. And there's so much work to do right now. So I'm just challenged.
Yeah, we're working with the schedule that we're working with. And, you know, I mean, if the commission can't make a decision on this stuff in December, it goes into January. And then who knows what's going to get in the way of that. And then we have the backlog of what's happening with the community solar, right? So I'm just asking for everybody to do their best to kind of reach the best agreements that we can, given the time frame that we've always had this time frame, right? We've just been working through a lot of really complex issues.
Yeah, I'm not proposing anything changes to the timeline. Just this manual revisions are far too late in the process. They don't appear aligned. You know, we'll do what we can, but I'm just worried that this is throwing a wrench into this entire process. You know, you just talked about staff running out, this drafting of the report going longer. That's what this is causing by leaving this as an open issue that can be worked on while all other issues are closed, and we're working on this, you know, supporting this working group document. So you know, I've expressed my concerns before. I'm fine with the schedule. These last minute massive impacts to potentially the entire document based on what's being proposed now is really challenging. So thank you.
Okay, well, don't overblow it. I don't see this as a complete revamping of what we've been doing. I just see 2 or 3 major issues that need to get resolved. Anybody else we haven't heard from? Going once, going twice. Okay, let's move on. Margie, can you bring up the actual final document so that I can talk about it a little bit? The first draft of the final document.
Yes. So would you like PDF or Word? Do you care which?
I don't want to make any changes, so either one.
All right. Yes. Let me open it up here. All right. Should be able to see now.
Okay, great. Let's just go down to the table of contents and show that there was a lot. There was a lot that went into this. And again, even if we still have some disagreements on things, we have reached, I think, a pretty good body of work that is clear, really addresses virtually all of the issues that we set out to address, and we'll talk about what hasn't been addressed going forward. I'll just call people's attention to the first 2 sections, the summary, the backgrounds. We've saved the executive summary to the very last thing. The background is largely the work of the facilitators, writing up the mandate, interaction with the Community Solar Act, the scope, the process, definitely, you know, some review of the existing rule and manual and differences between the FERC SGIP and IREC manuals based on the reconciliation mode. So hopefully that stuff will not be too contentious. There are errata. And I kind of like, no matter how many times you go through a document before you issue it, you're going to find some things. So I personally have found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, a dozen things that I need to correct in that first section. We will note that we gave Nancy Burns a new job. In place, she actually kind of works for PNM, so I hope that she got a raise when she moved over there. We'll fix that. She's
Oops.
identified with EPE in one place and with PNM in another.
Sorry.
I put the wrong docket number on the Community Solar Act, for instance, and then a couple of just not even typos, just kind of word corrections that have to happen. I think that there was one element that I just want to call attention to, because it should go into the manual, but it should also be in the report here, which is a sentence or two that basically says that that people shouldn't start operating their devices until they have full approval of interconnection, right? So that's got to go in there. I have a recommendation that should go into page 28, line 794. I'll just insert something in there as we go forward. So there is some errata. So don't worry too much about the errata. The real analysis that we ask you to do is to go through the proposals, the areas of definition, the pre-application process, the interconnection application timelines, the cost allocation options review, dispute resolution. We just had a big conversation about utility reporting requirements, which I guess has changed now from consensus to non-consensus. 1547 adoption, thankfully that was not as contentious as I was fearing. And then the many issues with regard to the technical proposals, which do still have non-consensus elements to it. So really, the review that we're asking for is not to insert new argumentation, is not to rehash old things, right? But just to make sure that that this reflects what we've done to date. And I think that the facilitators really made a big effort to try and make sure that the summaries and the write-ups that are included in the report do reflect those things, but we are human. And so we may have missed something, but that's where we would like you to put your attention in terms of updating things. Again, we're probably going to reach a place where with a few of these issues, where we're going to be presenting alternatives for the commission to decide. And I would hope that what we get to at the end of this review process is a much more concise and coalesced document, so that does reflect maybe even some more agreement than we have currently, but also a very clear understanding of what we're asking the commission to decide, even if it's to the point of a separate document that says, this is your choice on this issue. This is your choice on issue. Because what I see probably happening is a day of oral argument around those issues, right? Where parties get to make a case to the commission, either verbally or through paper. I prefer it was verbally, right? To document, because this report should represent all that the commission needs to have an understanding of what the issues are and to make its decisions, but the commission always wants to hear from people. So I can't say for sure that's going to be the process, but once the notice of proposed rulemaking goes into effect, then we are going to have a more formal process using the way that the commission makes its decisions. And that will hopefully be expedited so that there can be a final decision on phase 1 in December. That final decision may well come back and say, okay, utilities parties go back and fix this, right? But I can't say for sure, but that's kind of what I'm envisioning here, right? Eric, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, Art, thanks. I would just say that, in this next half hour before you have to leave, I think it would be very helpful for people to focus on overall impressions, overall sort of high level comments on the first draft, and maybe pointing to questions or areas of concern that they might have, just to highlight them, and we can make a list of those. We don't necessarily have to address them right now, but just so you can hear all that, and so you get the firsthand version of sort of the high level, and also things that are on people's mind about it, to the extent that people have already read, or started to think about what's in here. And so I think that would be the most useful use of the next half hour until you leave. And then just one note, that there is a separate addendum document, 5-page addendum document that was distributed with the final report, and it contains a number of additional comments from utilities on various aspects of these proposals. In particular, it does have comments made by SPS on the utility reporting requirements, which essentially became sort of a second proposal, proposal F, which is what we've already just talked about, in addition to, I guess, what El Paso has also provided. But mostly then the rest of the addendum is concerning proposals H and J. And we got some comments from P&M at the last minute. On that Monday, we had invited comments by that Monday deadline last week, in terms of what we had discussed at the most recent meeting. But we got quite an extensive set of comments from P&M on the screens, the screening levels. And I wasn't quite sure what to do with them, because I don't know if they really affect anything or not, if they're just things that P&M felt needed to be said. But in terms of reconciling those with the other utilities, in terms of what, does that really change anything or not? I'm not in a position to judge. So we just put those comments into this addendum for people to consider, along with the document, the main document, just in case the comments in the addendum point to anything that might need to be revised or adjusted. And that's really not for us to judge, but it's for everyone, including the other utilities, to judge based on those comments in the addendum. What are the implications, if any? And finally, in the addendum are a couple of sets of comments from SPS going back to June that they made in various submissions and various documents that they provided in terms of their comments as we were going through the discussions and development of these proposals for H and I. That these were comments that SPS made in June 2nd, actually, was a document they submitted. And again, I was pretty sure that their comments were reflected well enough in everything that had happened since then, but I wasn't positive of that. So I put those comments into the addendum as well, so that people could, including SPS, go back and review what they said in view of what the document now shows. So really the intention here with the addendum was to, and in putting everything into the final report, we really tried to capture everything that had been, written, everything that had been submitted and provided, over these last months in written form, that it was reflected somewhere in the document. Maybe if there are non-consensus proposals in here, we put some of the argumentation paragraphs into positions on the non-consensus proposals. That seemed like the appropriate place for it when we got that text in previous months. So we tried to reflect everything so that people could really review in the broad context of what we have, and verify and confirm that what's in this version 1 of the main report is indeed what should be there. And if not, then please comment on it. Please make your comments by September 3rd on the report. What you would adjust, as you've emphasized, Art, in terms of language changes, and language that you think reflects the ideas that we have agreed on, or the ideas that we haven't agreed on. And that if there are non-consensus ideas in here, that we still do welcome positions on them. So that's in there, to some extent, in the various sections where there are non-consensus proposals. At the end of that section on that proposal will be a set of positions that we've started, preliminary, taken from the text, taken from our meetings and so on. Okay, here's position from this proponent, or here position from the utility group that may be opposed to or different from what's expressed in this non-consensus proposal. But those positions are really, at least in the way we've imagined for this final report, not subject to any editing. Really, anyone who wants to put a position on a non-consensus proposal is free to, put in whatever text they want to reflect their position on it. And I believe that those positions should just go into the report without any any modification. If a party wants to put that position in, then let them do that. If it's a non-consensus and they disagree with it, it gives further background for the commission on the various ideas. So anyway, but and ultimately, Art, you'll be the judge of that in terms of how it ends up looking in the end. But that's essentially how we started this draft. So I'll leave it there. I think those are kind of the high level things I wanted to convey.
Okay, and I'll just urge people to be concise, right? We don't need really long positions. We need, kind of like really, sharply refined sense of kind of how this should change, right? If you had your way, right, rather than a long diatribe. Before we move on to that conversation, Margie, can you actually go down to the next steps and recommendations section on page 57 so that we just, while I'm here, talk about the things that we didn't get around to that we're at least identifying as possible, a little bit above that, possible issues for a phase 2 here. And I'll just caution that these are things that were raised in our conversations today for which either we could not really address fully or knew all along that they were not the first priorities, but still important going forward. And the commission's going to have to make a decision, hopefully as part of its phase 1 decision, as to which of these it's going to give priority to. And I'll be honest with you that the extent and depth of phase 2 will depend entirely on the resources that the commission has to apply to that. Okay, in that we've exhausted the money that GridWorks has secured from its third-party funder. So unless there's another source of money for their activity, we cannot fully depend on the structure that we've been using for phase 1 and Eric's participation. I am hopeful. We had a really good meeting with the funder that would be looking at the continuation of this work. The message is always, well, you've asked for this much and we may not be able to give you all of that. So what are you going to do about it? So if phase 2 continues, it may rest a lot more strongly on the shoulders of the stakeholder group, and facilitation will be less like not every other week like we've been doing, but in some other manner. So we're going to have to deal with the realities of those things, right? So just first of all, we always knew that the smart inverter functionalities and activation was a second order of business. I'm very pleased that we have at least come up to an agreement on a date by which these things ought to be in place and the first set of autonomous functions, but we still need to determine the actual technical issues around what the thresholds ought to be to reflect New Mexico's needs. As we've heard, while there are standards being put in, that there's slight differences. And there's slight differences even down at the jurisdictional level, right? Each territory may have a quirk that affects something. That's going to require a lot of work, and I perceive that that this is the kind of work that really should fall to a small targeted group of experts. We can try and draw in help from the national laboratories, as we've used them as experts in the past to help finalize these things. But really, kind of like we're looking at December 31st, 2022, as the stuff ought to be determined, and going forward, what kind of communications protocols and what kind of control protocols are necessary. Even if we don't reach full agreement on it, we should at least have a roadmap for how to get there, right? And that will all fall into phase 2. We've already talked about the need for developing hosting capacity and how difficult that is and how time consuming that may be. We're trying to work on some elements of it. As you heard me talk about earlier today, we have the possibility of pilot projects to start developing the analytical capability to be doing this in a targeted way, and would hope that there are benefits that could accrue to the entire state, right? And all of the circuits that are in play for interconnection going forward, but we got to start somewhere, and phase 2 may be where we end up actually doing that. Cost allocation, again, we've done really great work, and I really appreciate Ed Brolin and group working on the alternatives. I think that they're really well spelled out, but it's a matter of what do you do with it, right? And the commission may just take that under advisement currently or continue development. For instance, one of the options is a tariff, right? So the commission may come back to us and say, well, in phase 2, we want you to develop what the tariff looks like. I don't know, maybe. Or what should go into the commission's decision making in terms of developing an analysis of system benefit versus individual benefit. That we're not going to get around to that now, so that could well be included in phase 2. We talked about interconnection queues on the next page, so I don't have to go into that. There is a lot of work that could be done on that. Hopefully we can have an interim solution if people work together on it. We had a couple of people that have stood up and said that they'd like to work on that with the utilities, so I encourage that. And finally, the bigger and more complicated issues, we're just going to have a placeholder for some of these in our current work, but how do we really deal with the impacts of community solar, electric vehicles, and microgrids, right? These are all more complex and have different levels of impact on the utility distribution system. And we need to get to a place where the utility has a plan for dealing with them, has a plan for asking for money from the commission in order to deal with it, and getting buy-in on what the potential solutions might be, knowing that each and every one of these things is going to be kind of off the kind of a one-off, custom made until we get more standardization, right? I don't see how you could have standardization of a microgrid, but you can have processes and essentially templates for dealing with different configurations. Electric vehicles, it really makes a big difference on what decisions the commission is going to make, both in the current applications for vehicle electrification and in a potential rulemaking that tries to standardize across utility territories, whether there's a strong sense for public or utility run charging stations, or we move to individual commercial type of charging stations. All of that will have a big impact on the interconnection issues and hosting capacity issues. And then finally, as we all know, the whole issue of backfeed to the transmission grid has been something that's been raised several times, but we don't have a resolution for it. So that may well be in phase 2. So I'm just looking at phase 2 could be very involved, much more involved than we originally contemplated, because we were just really looking at the inverter functionalities. But all of these are important issues and they'll need to be addressed somehow. So I don't know that it's necessary to talk about this now, because it is important to get back to first impressions about the overall document. But I just wanted to raise that to you because we're keeping in mind what the commission needs to still address going forward, and this is a non-exhaustive list. So certainly we'll take any suggestions onto what you think might be priorities for a phase 2 as well, and incorporate them in this. Okay, anybody have any response to what I've just talked about, basically? I talk so fast that you couldn't even take it all in, I know. That's how it is. All right, let's go back to the beginning of the document, Margie, and just open it up to discussion. Does anybody kind of like want to start off with your first impressions of what you've seen here? We do have to make one of these in the summary table a non-consensus item, reporting, I believe, but we'll change that. That's part of the errata. Okay. Are we at the point where we can even sensibly talk about this? Has anybody read it? Right? How about that? Let's start there. Everybody got a chance to review this? Jim, raising your hand.
Okay, thank you very much, Arthur, and thank you, Arthur, Margie, and Eric, for this really, I think, a very good document. I think it's Really a great starting place. Seems to be objective. One thing that caught my attention was the utilities proposal for a separate group on, I'm sorry, hosting capacity. And, we've had some back and forth on that. And as I've, made my thoughts clear that, for us, this is an urgent situation that we think needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. And Kevin Cray put together, I think, a really good starting place on that document in his hosting capacity resources roadmap. But at the same time, we do recognize that hosting capacity is a deep dive, and Stephen also referenced that. So that's something we would be open to, but at the same time, we would like to get as much done on that as possible, especially, basic measuring where we're at, as Stephen referenced, because either way, that's going to need to be done. So just some quick thoughts. Thank you.
All right, so before we go on to other things, we have had a number of conversations about this, and we did review Kevin's proposal. What needs to happen? I mean, can we put our minds together in terms of how we can address this in a proper fashion? And is there anything more that we can do for the purposes of this report aside from just laying out what's there now? Anybody?
Hey, Art, this is Stephen. I think the industry group's committed to look over, can continue to refine, work this over by the September 3rd deadline. So I do think there's some further opportunity, at least to clarify positions, but I'm not sure if that's what you're looking for. Thank you.
All right, that's all right. I'll take what I can get. Anybody else? Jim, is that your residual hand, or you got something else to say? There you go. Anybody else on this particular? Seeing none. Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in on initial impressions and areas that we need to make sure that we focus on?
Hey, Art, this is Mike with XL. We have our first review this afternoon, so we'll have several meetings set up internally. So I don't know that we all have that much to say at this point, but we'll have several meetings before the 3rd.
Okay, I appreciate that, and we recognize the lift that this is, especially given the time frame that we've had. And and I think that Eric can testify to the fact that in California it took several cycles of review to reach a final agreement, and unfortunately we're running into a wall that we want to avoid crashing into. So it's asking a lot of people, given the fact that you have a lot of other work to do. Darren, you're popping up here. Is there something you'd like to say?
Well, Arthur, Jacqueline and I were just discussing some things that we've been hearing at Energy and Minerals, really regarding clean electrification of buildings and some of the other stuff that we discussed.
Oh, come on, man. Don't make my life complicated.
No, I know. It just, the hosting capacity, it talks about one-way directional, it's adding generation to that circuit. But we've heard from builders that people are actually getting rejected on adding electric heat pumps because the grid cannot handle it. So hosting capacity goes both directions, and I'm not sure where you really develop that concept on this in this paper. And I just want to make sure that gets some highlight, because that hosting capacity is going to change over time. It's a very dynamic thing, and as we electrify our systems in our homes, which is the goal in a lot of these climate actions, that's going to change. So we can't think of it as a static piece.
No, but this is troublesome that heat pumps, which are essentially load and not feeding back into the system, are causing capacity issues, right? How extensive do you think that problem is?
I don't know. We've just heard anecdotal in certain utility realms that they cannot add certain load. And I don't know, these may be old homes that just can't handle it at the home level, but I feel that it is out at the circuit level outside of the meter. So it, you know, that if you can't add solar to the grid, then you may not be able to add load to that grid either. So it's problematic in both directions.
Yeah, well, there's nothing that we can do about it for the purposes of this report and phase one, but we'll keep that in mind, and the commission may ask for more information. Yeah, maybe. Somebody just, Dylan Connolly had his hand up. Dylan, do you still have something that you want to add?
I was just going to say that when I've been running into heat pumps causing issues, it's usually at the local level for the individual home, and rather than kind of a system impact.
Circuit level.
It's usually a circuit level transformer.
Okay.
Still,
all right. I don't want to get detailed into this. I mean, it is an issue, but it's not our issue today. Back to if anybody's had the chance to look through the report and has anything to comment on it. If not, then we'll have lunch break early. I think that Eric is going to have a much more detailed conversation about some of the non-consensus issues, just to point them out and his thoughts on kind of like what we should do about it. But otherwise, if I'm not hearing anything, I'm going to suggest that we go into a break. It is now 11:46. Come back at noon, expedite things, and then continue discussion on the first draft to the extent necessary. We do have through 2 o'clock. We may not need through 2 o'clock, but I have to bail and go get prepared for a conference. So speak now. Hold your peace for 15 minutes. Yeah, Eric.
Art, this is Eric. Just to say that, yeah, we're certainly, I don't think we're going to need the full allocated hour and 45 minutes remaining on the final report. If people haven't really had a chance to really interact with it much yet, but my intention is to go through each of the proposals, A through J or whatever, just very briefly to explain some of the things that are in there, some of the red text, and some of the things that we would like people to be commenting on and thinking about. So just to highlight those and then to take any comments, proposal by proposal, but it may go pretty quickly. So anyway, just so people know that's the intention for the next section.
Okay, great. Thank you. Am I seeing anything in chat here? No, yeah. Okay. Margie, anything before we break?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you all so very much. These are difficult conversations that we have. Let me put myself on the video here so that you can see how sincerely I am thanking you for your participation, and recognize that there are differences. We're here to try and resolve those differences to the extent possible, and you don't want me to be making the final decision. So looking forward to speaking with you as necessary, and we'll for sure talk to you in 2 weeks. I'm really looking forward to your comments on the report proposal draft that we have currently. Really looking forward to reviewing what the manual might look like and figuring out how to deal with that. So thank you all very much. I'm going to leave.
Hi, it's Margie. As you're going on to break, is there a Christopher Corral on? I don't have you on our distribution list. Christopher Corral, if you could send in the chat your organization and email address, I'd be happy to add you to distribution. But Christopher Corral, please send me your contact info. Thanks.
Okay, why don't we get started again? Welcome everyone back from the break. I don't think we're going to need to go till 2 o'clock for this session, but we'll see. Just as a personal aside, I talk a lot about California, but just to point out that my Zoom background photo there behind me is actually not California. It's actually New Zealand, the very top of the North Island, the very northern tip of New Zealand. And I didn't leave my heart in California. I left it in New Zealand. So many years ago, I hiked the entire length of the country from north to south, 1,600 miles. It's a great trail. If they ever reopen the country after COVID, people can go there and hike it. But this is the North Cape where the trail starts. And 1,600 miles later, you get to the very bottom of the South Island. Anyway, just thought I'd mention that. Okay, so before we go section by section or proposal by proposal through the report, again, I don't want to belabor anything in detail, but just to review some of the aspects of it and see if there are comments from anyone at this point, just to see if there are any comments of a general nature on the whole report first, left over from before the break, anything that captured people's attention, perhaps in the last 15 minutes. All right, hearing nothing, then let's go to section 3 of the report. Let me share my screen. So I'm just going to make a few brief comments, proposal by proposal, and then see if anyone wants to weigh in on any thoughts. Really what we're trying to do in the commenting period through September 3rd is, again, for people to suggest alternative text if you believe that the text needs to be modified, if it's not reflecting accurately what was discussed, if it was not reflecting accurately the idea that you think needs to be conveyed without actually, changing the substance of it to a great degree, or just, we're going to have to reconcile those if people propose alternative text or make comments on specific paragraphs, then that's really going to be the mainstay of our next meeting on September 9th. Will be to go through those and try to reconcile those comments and come up with something that everybody is comfortable with, can agree to, based on all the comments received on a given page, paragraph, or idea. So we really do want your full review so that we can get through that, and then after the September 9th meeting, we can make a full revision for the version 2 that really takes into account everything that people have been able to review. We don't want to get comments on the second draft in mid-September that really should have been made now. Really, the comments on the second draft really need to be made based on the evolution from draft 1 to draft 2. So if you need to make a comment, please make it now. Don't wait for draft 2. Okay, so definitions. We have proposal A1 consensus definitions and proposal A2 non-consensus definitions. This was the 2 documents that we received just after the last meeting 2 weeks ago. One document by the glossary group, Satish and Abbas had submitted that, and then another document by the industry group with the definitions that we just discussed earlier went into proposal A2 on non-consensus definitions. Here in red are things that people should pay attention to, think about. Is this language, is this text agreeable to you? Some of the red reflect footnotes or side comments that Satish made throughout the document that they submitted. And instead of putting them as sidebar comments, which would make things more complicated visually, we took all those comments from Satish and we put them into the body of the text as read in brackets. And so people can consider what he's said, maybe some of the questions he's still posed in terms of what might need to be added or clarified. So the red text is a mixture of things that just need more attention, plus those particular comments that Satish has made. Let's see if I want to highlight anything. Line 449 DER still needs a definition. There are two definitions that we added. Let me see here. We added net rating, we added ongoing operating capacity, line 515 and 520, and we added operating profile in line 527. And so those definitions were supplied either by the industry group. This was August 13th. Or I think ongoing operating capacity, I added that taking from the Colorado rule as a suggestion. So ongoing operating capacity was a suggestion. We didn't have it in there before. I think that's probably, and then power control system also is newly added here. This elaboration on line 537. So I think that's the. And then we took for proposal A2 non-consensus, we took what the industry group supplied, closed circuit, various definitions of hosting capacity, and put them here, along with a priorly expressed position by the utilities group on hosting capacity definitions in general. So this italics text was taken from a utilities group document previously submitted that seemed relevant to the issue of why these definitions are non-consensus, why they're in a separate section. So I'll leave it at that. But if anyone wants to point out anything that they think people should devote their attention to during review, or any issue that you think is likely to come up during our September 9th meeting based on comments that you expect would be submitted on that issue or that point, if you raise it now, we can make a list and we can then expect to have discussions on those things at the next meeting, and also to look for those comments and consolidate them and try to make some sense of them before the next meeting, so that we can be efficient with our time on September 9th in going through the comments and proposed changes and revisions, or trying to agree on proposed changes and revisions. So I'll leave it that for proposal A on definitions. Anyone want to chime in on any aspect of the definitions? Maybe Satish, you want to elaborate on anything I've said, or add or modify what I've said so far?
I think you covered it well, Eric. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Satish. Anyone else on definitions? Okay. Not seeing anyone. Let's go on to proposal B, pre-application report. Proposal status consensus provided by the pre-application subgroup after polling during the July 1st and July 15th meetings. And this was essentially taken from the 2019 IREC model and language with some modifications. And there were also, I think, one of the last discussions of this in the pre-application subgroup, one or more members of that subgroup who offered an individual comment on what they thought should be slightly different, and that's what's represented here in red. Which point F here, one member of the subgroup proposes to delete item F and to keep item G. So that was submitted to us that way, and we put it in that way as saying, okay, there's overall consensus on this, and one member said proposes to do this slightly differently. And obviously we're going to have to agree on whether to delete F or not by the second draft based on that comment. So if you have a strong feeling one way or the other about whether to delete item F and keep item G, you can comment on that. Or here's another proposal offered to substitute both F and G. So that's the kind of thing that that we're looking for with the red text. Obviously, we want this to remain consensus. So, we don't want something small like this to, have any real impact on it. We just want to resolve it, with expediency, and then move on. I think that's probably, there was one other place here where so we have the content, then we have the costs, and then we have timeframes for pre-application reports. And maybe there was only that one comment now, I guess. Then I thought there were two from a member of that group. But anyway, anything on proposal B from anyone? Okay, proposal C, application timelines. This proposal status is given here as working towards consensus. Timelines given here originated with the industry group on May 19th. They submitted a full version of this in their original proposal on the technical issues, which at some point we were going to merge with another subgroup, and that didn't happen that way. There was actually no other subgroup working on timelines. So we then presented these at the last meeting 2 weeks ago. And then the utilities group took that and in a red line on August 16th, proposed some modifications to it. And those modifications are given here as blue and red, is essentially strike through text. So the revisions that are shown here in blue and red are from the utilities group on August 16th, modifying what the industry group originally supplied on May 19th. And again, hopefully we can work through these as minor modifications and still all agree on consensus for the final proposal C. It doesn't strike me that anything here is really that serious or significant, but you can consider that in your review as well, particularly those in the industry group in seeing these utility red lines perhaps for the first time. So completeness review, initial review, supplemental review, and the utility comments or red lines added quite a bit on the detailed study process, which was originally just a very short paragraph by the industry group, which essentially was saying here, 60 business days for detailed study, end of story. But the utility group added here, all in the blue text, considerable elaboration on what a detailed study is, what the process of detailed study is, what it involves. System impact study, facility study, interconnection agreement. Since that does relate to timelines, and there are timelines in there for everything, it's also about the content of detailed review. So I'm not entirely convinced that all of that content should be in here, because we're really only talking about timelines. We're not talking about defining what a detailed study is, only when you do it, what the timelines are. So you kind of have to do both, but I'm not convinced that we need this level of detail. But again, please comment on your thoughts on that. In terms of what's here. If everybody agrees to what's here, then then that's fine. We can just leave it as it is, but you might consider that. And then finally, permission to operate PTO at the bottom. Really, there was little change except for capacity. The utilities deleted capacity of 1 megawatt or smaller. Actually, no, I did that because that, now to make it consistent with our level 1, 2, 3 proposal. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. Anyway, so that's proposal C. Comments on that? Thoughts? You think any indications yet as to how easy or difficult it will be for us to get through these revisions for proposal C?
This is Matt Hagan from SPS. Going down to the detailed study. I agree. I don't know if all of that detail is necessary in the report. I wasn't sure if this was like what our proposal is for timelines, like to be reflected in the New Mexico Interconnection Manual, or if this is just high level, like this is how long it should take. I mean, when we wrote these comments, we weren't defining what should be done in a system impact study, what should be done in a facility study. We were outlining how long the steps should take and how long the project should be in the utilities hands, how long it should be in the decision should be in the applicant's hands. So it's really defining the timelines of every step in those processes, which I admit gets into a lot of detail, but I think that is probably going to be a lot of differing opinions on that in our manual revision proposals from the utility.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Matt. And it may be then that people can focus in their comments on deleting some of the text here that's maybe not relating to timeline per se, but more to the content of the detailed study, which we don't necessarily need here. And so what aspects, what segments of text here could we delete and still keep the basic intention to address timelines? I think that's what you're pointing to, Matt. And
I think all of the dots point to timelines. I don't think there's anything specific to content. I don't think they all of the bullets refer to timelines.
Okay.
There's just a lot of timelines.
Yeah, you're probably right. I didn't really review it. I just cut and pasted it. It was last minute, and also I didn't really think I was in a good position to think about that. So yeah, I guess our we haven't specified supplemental review either in terms of what goes into a supplemental review. All we're saying here is 20 business days. And maybe for a detailed study process, there needs to be a lot more specification of a lot of different kinds of timelines within that process. But I think our purpose in all of this has been first and foremost to focus on initial review, both the levels and the process and the screens and so on, to for the purposes of streamlining small interconnection projects, a large number of customers. And the fewer and larger projects that will have to go through detailed study really have not been our sort of first level of what we thought we needed to address in the scope for this working group. But so again, people can weigh in on what they think about this. Kevin, go ahead.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, I was really happy to see this kind of get addressed, particularly from a community solar perspective, since that's kind of where a lot of this will get utilized. I haven't had a chance to review in detail, but again, think it just makes a lot of sense to kind of outline, at least at a high level, kind of the timing associated with the detailed study process. So I guess thanks to Matt or whoever kind of helped put this together, but appreciate getting the ball rolling there, and we'll provide some additional input.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll add that it was SPS that wrote these comments, and we didn't have a chance to vet with PNM or EDE the comments in blue.
Yeah, that's very good. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah. So the other utilities will also want to weigh in on this new text. Okay, good. Then cost allocation options, which I guess are, what was that last letter? That was a proposal C. So the cost allocation options were essentially our proposal D, but it's not really in the same vein as the other proposals. It's a paper that we have as an annex, outlining all the thinking and work that went into this, and a summary of that paper here in terms of what these options could be, both in terms of principles and this set of 7 alternatives or options, and some summary of each of those options, including, they're all non-consensus. As far as we wrote here, none of these 7 options received full endorsement by the subgroup. So what we've done is we've, put here supported by, opposed by, uncommitted, in terms of this particular option from the discussion in that subgroup, where there was support or opposition. That's in general the format that we want to use for anything that's non-consensus. So I think the bulk of the details are in the annex. The full paper that was submitted by the subgroup is in the annex, and this was really intended just to be a short summary to really get the range of the options plus the progression from one option to the next in terms of the logic of, okay, we can do this, but if we don't do that, then the next evolution of that is the following, and you end up going through all 7 that way, including examples from other jurisdictions. Does anyone from the subgroup want to say anything further about this, or we'll just take comments from anyone on this cost allocation options section 3.4.
Yeah, Eric, it's Ed. I think that's a good summation of what we're trying to do here. Again, it's more for information and examples from other areas, as well as some New Mexico specific type options. But I really would love comments from, from the participants when, to the extent that they didn't have an opportunity to fully, provide their feedback, as well as to the larger group.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ed. And again, as we saw just before our noon break, there is a paragraph in the recommendations section of the report that we continue to address cost allocation during phase 2 next year. And you could consider this section 3.4 together with that paragraph in the recommendations section, or vice versa. They go together. Anyone else on this section? Okay. Then our next proposal is proposal E on dispute resolution. And here we've listed it as proposal status consensus provided by the dispute resolution subgroup on June 15th. And we have one question here in red. Can the subgroup add a short narrative about what you took from each of the methods and why you considered some of them to be the most relevant or applicable? And that would go into the the background up here in the beginning of the proposal E. We took the report, the final document from the dispute resolution subgroup, and just cut and pasted it here. But I think it would be helpful to have some further background up front here on that. And I don't know that there's any contention about this, but anyone from the dispute resolution subgroup or anyone else want to comment or give further explanation?
I think there was some contention on defining, I think it was in item E, sorry, if you scroll down a little bit more. Defining a qualified technical representative, which we didn't have a very good answer for. Maybe we could just leave it as is and wait for comments from utilities and industry.
Okay, so maybe this item E should actually be in red, and thus inviting further thoughts on perhaps an elaboration for this or change in the language that people can agree on.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Okay, anyone else? Proposal E. Okay, very good. Proposal F, utility reporting requirements. Proposal status non-consensus. Need to revise to show below is option 1. So this whole section here, what we're calling option 1, the SPS proposal, which is in the addendum that I mentioned before, it's I believe it's a whole page on utility reporting requirements, which SPS submitted as a separate document essentially on August 16th. So that was like the final deadline for what goes into this version 1 final report. And so we're calling that SPS proposal in the addendum option 2. And we understood as we were writing this that El Paso was developing its own proposal, which we would then call option 3. That's why we say there seem to be 3 options for this. And what's given here in the report for proposal F is what the utility reporting requirements subgroup provided, which is a modified version of the IREC model text. And there were a few changes made to the IREC model text. And essentially what's given here is the IREC model text as revised by the group. So I believe there have been various things like if the word median is used, then the IREC model text actually had more than just median. It was minimum, maximum, something else. I forget. There was a whole set of options here, whereas the group decided just to go with median and eliminate those other options from the IREC model. So that's all that's given here is median. That's what they decided or agreed on, as well as a few other modifications to the actual verbatim text from the IREC model. So that's what we have here to work from. And
Eric,
I think, yeah, go ahead.
This is Roberto. I just wanted to clarify that our position or our requirements, it's the same as the SPS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's, we only have 2. There may be a third one, but that may be submitted by PNM, not by EPE.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's helpful. Thank you. That was a misunderstanding then. So you're essentially supporting what SPS has written in the addendum, is what you're saying.
That's correct, and that's what it's tentatively reflected on that on the manual.
Okay, so then really the job for everyone, in your comments on proposal F by September 3rd is both to consider what's written here in terms of what the reporting requirement subgroup has provided us, and to review the utility reporting requirements section. It's 1 page, I believe, of the addendum, and see if you can think of a way to reconcile them. If you can see to modify one that in a way that accounts for both, or if not, then what we will end up with is proposal F1 non-consensus and proposal F2 non-consensus, which doesn't seem like a very good outcome given what we tried to do with this, but that given the time constraints we have, that's really going to be our worst case outcome. But it's possible that will end up there. But if you want to devote some attention to looking at both of them and seeing if there's a way to actually come up with one consensus proposal, F, then obviously that would be preferred. Any thoughts from anyone else, from the original subgroup or others in terms of this issue?
Jim Desjardins here. And just basically, just as you said, for the most part, with input from the other people in the group, I took the IREC document that was provided to me, and I made some revisions, reviewed those with the other people in the group. I believe we did meet 4 times on this, and this is what we came up with. I should say that on 1 and 2 afterwards says pre-application reports and interconnection application. That after that, that is not in the IRAC document. That is essentially a statement on both of those, just saying why this information is important. And then there was two other things, I don't see them, but one referred to if the how close the review information was to the actual review cost. And then we put in there, and I don't see it right now, but I think we put in there, we want to know who did this study.
Okay, I'm not sure that what you've just pointed to, Jim, is in here, because what you submitted to us was a PDF of the actual, a copy of the actual IREC pages, the actual IREC PDF, marked up essentially with, revisions to that.
Right.
But
right.
as I recall, there weren't any additions to it. It was simply the IREC, the 2 or 3 IREC PDF pages marked up, but there wasn't any additional text added. So that's what's in here. Number 1, pre-application report. Number 2, interconnection applications. And all of these sub items here are directly from the IREC report, but there's nothing following that. There's nothing additional here. So maybe we've missed something.
I'll review and check it. I mean, because that is what I wrote after number 1 and number 2. So that's in there. So that tells me that information that was added is in there. So.
Okay. Good.
But I'll review that and I will note if there is something missing.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. It may be that I'm just misremembering what we did with it, but you may be right that there were things that you added. Okay. Good. Anyone else? Proposal F.
Quick question for Jim, I guess. What's the intention of the reporting who did perform the study? Like what would be the benefit of that?
I guess it would be that if you had questions or if you wanted to circle back, you would have a contact. Quite honestly, that was a suggestion by CCSA. And I thought it made sense.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, if the applicant had a question and wanted to circle back.
I believe that was the rationale, yes.
Okay.
If Kevin is on the call, he might be able to answer that better. And then I do believe
I am here, and but apologies, I got caught multitasking slightly there. Could you repeat the question, Matt?
Yeah, just wondering what the purpose or benefit of reporting on who performed the studies, the system impact studies was.
Oh, it was more just along the lines of, are these being performed in-house at the utility or by a utility consultant? And that way, if one seems to be more accurate or more timely, that just might be useful information for the commission to consider in any sort of future changes. That was kind of where I was heading with that, but it may not be as critical as some of the other aspects.
Could the commission order us to do business with a particular vendor?
I guess that wasn't really where I was heading with it, but just whether it makes more sense for utilities to in-house some of the work or contract it out. But
I guess
you raised a good question around whether that's beyond the scope of really what the commission has authority over.
Yeah, I see where you're going with it. I just think that the utilities are doing that already, and I don't know if we need to report that publicly, and because like we want the most accurate results and the most timely studies to be done too. So like we already have an incentive to do that on our side. So I mean we could do it, I guess. I don't know if the vendors would be opposed to that, us reporting that publicly. I don't know.
That makes sense. And then in the spirit of trying to get to consensus, Eric, you can kind of rescind that I guess comment or add there. I don't think that's really critical at this point. So.
Okay, very good. Thanks.
I'm
Let me
curious,
just go
what
ahead.
is the utility incentive to go faster on those studies?
Well, because we want to meet our timelines, and if our vendors are slow in performing system impact studies, we're going to miss our timelines. So that's our incentive, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and then if you don't meet your timelines, what's the penalty?
To the vendor or to us?
Well, the penalty to you.
Well, I don't know. A complaint gets filed. I don't know what the penalties are.
That just goes back to my question, which is what's the incentive? I was trying to, it sounded like you had alignment, but I just didn't know why.
Yeah, because we want to be compliant with timelines. I mean, if we're late on all of our timelines, it makes our customers upset, and we want to satisfy our customers. So we have an incentive, or I guess I say incentives. I don't want to make that sound like a monetary incentive or something like that, but we're trying to be compliant with the timelines outlined in the manual or the rule.
Probably a phase 2 effort, but this might be a good opportunity to look into, either a positive or negative BIM for the utilities that are meeting or exceeding timelines, or vice versa. Just a thought.
All right, thanks. Ed, is your hand up newly?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and just sort of echoing the direction into which Dylan and Kevin were going there. I do think this is an important issue for us to discuss in New Mexico, as it's something that is cropping up in other jurisdictions as well. A lot of discussion around it in Maine, given what's going on with Central Maine Power. But whether it's carrot or stick, whether it's a performance-based rate making or what have you, I would certainly submit that looking into penalties and incentives does make a lot of sense with regard to the meeting of timelines. I just wanted to add that.
Okay, great. Just so everybody, there's no confusion, I thought I would also just display for a minute here the addendum document that I've been referring to, which is a separate 5-page Word document that is also been distributed and posted along with the version 1 PDF. And the second page of this addendum is on Proposal F, utility reporting requirements, and it's essentially a 1-page version, version 2 of the proposal, of a proposal for utility reporting requirements. So this is the extent of it here, and I really have not considered how this stacks up against what's in the version 1 PDF right now. So again, this is really your task as well in review. Do you see a way that these two can be reconciled, or would you like to comment on the utility proposal here in the addendum? Yeah, what can we do with both of these beyond, if anything, beyond just making one proposal F1 and the other proposal F2 non-consensus? So that's part of the review. Just wanted to make sure people were aware of this document. Okay, then moving on.
So Eric, this is Margie, can I just be clear then? We will have option 1 and 2 for utility reporting, and we do not have a third.
That's correct.
Correct, okay.
Okay, moving on, proposal G, IEEE 1547 adoption. So this is proposal status consensus. The IEEE's 1547 subgroup provided the following on July 1st. And as far as I know, nothing was changed after July 1st. And, this was presented a number of times to the working group, and we had discussions about it with 3 functions that are required, and capability for a 4th function that's optional, and some additional elaborations and caveats in terms of discretion and specification, and a few more details. So that's pretty simple. I think that's probably one of our shortest proposals, but it's also pretty clear, I think. There doesn't seem to be there's no red here. Nobody's said anything as far as I remember beyond this. Any thoughts or comments from anyone? Okay, very good. On to proposal H, capacity levels and initial review screens. So we have a fairly extensive background section here, talking about why we're doing this, and talking about both the SGIP and IREC models, and some of the basic principles that we were able to agree on in our series of discussions on these technical issues. And so these are expressed here in a series of bullet points that essentially capture the main takeaways that really came from the discussion, I would say. And then the intention for level 1 is to provide streamlined and expedited initial review focused on the customer infrastructure that alerts the need for engineering review but does not require supplemental review. And so, if you want to elaborate on any of this background, if you think that we should modify the language or some wording, then feel free. Again, the background section for something like this is supposed to also reflect consensus. In other words, everyone should agree to what is in this background section. Sometimes that takes considerable discussion to make sure we iron all that out. But this is a first version of the background section based on all of our discussions and how I was able to interpret those discussions. So, this background section may not reflect yet everything that people believe should be considered as background for this issue, or justification or principles or whatever that might be. So actually this background section is 1.5 pages long. And at the bottom of it is in red here, we do not yet have definitions for initial review, supplemental review, and detailed study. For somebody from the outside who isn't really familiar with this, I think those are, very well accepted and understood terms by those who work on this every day. But if we want to have standard definitions for those, we should put those in either here or in the glossary. They're not there yet. And what I said here, we need them to be high level without detailed contents of what those reviews involve. Again, since we did not address the details of supplemental review or detailed study in the working group, but we're again trying to come up with agreed upon definition in the glossary if people believe we do need that. And that could become part of this background, or it could be located elsewhere. And then after the background, we have these 4 proposals. Proposal H1 on capacity levels, which is given here as consensus. This was the last 2 meetings we've had 2 weeks ago and 4 weeks ago. We did work through this quite a bit, spent quite a bit of time on it in terms of the levels. And originally we started with 3 levels, and we went to 4, and then we went back to 3. Everybody agreed that we should only have 3 to keep it simple, and we only needed 3. And that's also one of the principles in the background section that's bulleted. But I think my understanding from those discussions, including 2 weeks ago, was that everyone basically was in agreement with this. And we did allow for additional comments on this by August 16th. That was Monday of last week, for any additional points that people wanted to make about it. And we did get a couple of comments from P&M on the screens for level 1 and level 2, which again are in this addendum document for proposals H2 and H3. I'm sorry, this was the on the screens, not on the capacity levels. Let me defer that then. So what's in red here is simply that for level 2, within the SGIP fast track eligibility table for behind the meter generating facilities, that we always start with initial review and go to supplemental review only if required by initial review screens. But for front of the meter generating facilities, we go directly to supplemental review or detailed study. And that was, I think, a point that came out in the last meeting 2 weeks ago. That's why it's in red, because it was part of that discussion. It seemed to be an agreement, or at least consensus that was okay to do it that way for level 2. And my impression now of what we just talked about this morning in terms of what the group working on the manual revisions, what their concern is that for front of the meter generating facilities, that you really want to handle that differently, not just for level 2, but also for level 3. So that seems very simple and straightforward to me. It does not seem to me like we need a 4th level for it, but rather just simply we could say for front of the meter generating facilities, also in level 3, go directly to supplemental review or detailed study. I don't think that that's really a big deal, but people can weigh in on that. And if the folks working on this now and discussing this, Roberto, will call on you first, want to comment on this. But it seems to me like this is something we could dispatch here in just a couple of minutes, and then allow people during the next week by September 3rd to comment however they want on this. Maybe it won't end up being consensus if we get a lot of comments from people saying, well, such and such, but we've spent a lot of time discussing all this, and we have gotten to this level of agreement. So Roberto, go ahead.
Thank you. So the reason we put in front of the meter is because there would be hardly any level 2s front of the meter generating facilities. I mean, it could happen, but we can take care of this also front of the meter, behind the meter, but then it will sort of, this one doesn't clearly delineate which ones will fall under SCHIP and which ones will not be falling under SCHIP. That's why, the proposal for the level 4 for all the front of the meters, they will all go straight to the SCHIP process. That's the differentiation. So it's still basically 3 levels. The 4th level is just basically taking this front of the meter generating facilities from level 2 and level 3 and putting them in level 4. It's basically, we're saying the same thing, it's just a different language and putting it in its own standing category.
Right, I understand.
Different. Yeah, so that's why I was proposing more easier to read level here, because front of the meter supplemental review, it will hardly go to supplemental review. It will probably require system impact studies, facility studies, and everything else. That's the very large, vast majority of them. Most likely, they will fall under the SCHIP process.
Mm-hmm.
And if we can have that something that's standardized, it'll be easier. But we're open, and I can see that if we do that, we will also have to do that for level 3 for front of the meter, because that's not outlined here for level 3 in front of the meter. So that's the only thing we were trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I understand, Roberto. Thank you. And it's for the most part just a language and presentation issue now, because we have 2 options really. We could keep what we have now for level 2, where there's a separate bullet for behind the meter and a separate bullet for front of the meter. And I think when it says go directly to supplemental review or detailed study, that's at the utility's discretion anyway. So it doesn't really, I don't think it matters whether it says supplemental review here or not. But then you would basically duplicate that same language, 2 bullets for level 3. You would say for behind the meter generating facilities that are outside of the eligibility table, go directly to detailed study. And for front of the meter generating facilities, then go directly to detailed study regardless of the table. That seems very straightforward to me. It's a parallel structure. It still keeps us 3 levels. And maybe it's a bit more complicated in terms of having 2 different options per level. But given our past discussions about not wanting 4 levels, instead of what you're proposing is that we would remove the second bullet from level 2, and we would simply say level 4 for all front of the meter generating facilities, go directly to detailed study or supplemental review. And I suppose either is, I mean, the outcome is the same, but it really is just a question of language and presentation, it seems to me, except that front of the meter level 3 right now wouldn't necessarily automatically go to detailed study the way we have it. So there's a slight substantive difference to it. Let's take comments. We have Dylan and then we have Matt. Roberto, do you?
Yeah, I just want to have one clarifying point. The front of the meters will follow the S-chip process. That's the only thing we're caveating in there that will not be listed. That's not listed here.
I see. Okay, great. Thank you, Roberto. Dylan and then Matt.
Yeah, I was just going to comment from an industry perspective. The most important thing here is managing client expectations and having a defined maximum amount of time that a project would be reviewed, so that the client knows that it's going to take us, a certain amount of time. It doesn't really matter if it's going to be 1 study, 2 studies, 3 studies, or 4 studies, as long as we know those studies have a certain amount of time that they'll take and sequence that they'll take. So that I was just going to comment. That's the most important thing for managing client expectations.
Okay, thank you, Dylan. And those that's really addressed though in the timelines proposal, not here, but they go together because they're both with the intention of, as you've pointed out, streamlining and making it easier from the customer point of view, as well as ensuring that what needs to happen happens. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, I just add a quick comment for the level 1 thresholds. I think we said that we need to change solar to generation, because this should apply to hydro, wind, whatever as well,
Yeah.
not just for solar.
Yeah, very good point. Thank you. So if you could, include that in your comments, we'll make a note of it here. But really, anything that anyone has to say about this version 1 draft, please include that in your written comments. Don't presume that we're going to take that and incorporate it based on just what we've said here now. Right now is just we're talking through it, but your written comments are what's going to govern our next discussion and the revisions that take place. So that's absolutely a valid comment, Matt, and I agree we should change that. So if you could please comment on that. And also in terms of Roberto level 4, if you believe that that's a better approach, and also in terms of putting in, proceed according to SGIP, then please put that into your comments for proposal H1. You believe that that's the way it should be done. Other people, if you believe that we should keep to the 3 levels and put something about front of the meter in level 3 in addition, then please comment on that. And we will take those comments, and then hopefully we will have a fairly easy time to resolve and reconcile for the second draft. That's really the way this will go. Roberto, is your hand up again?
Yes, just a quick additional comment that I forgot to mention, that if we have that separate level, I think it will align better with if we create multiple queue or two queues or separate queues for behind and in front of the meter.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be an added benefit as well.
Yeah, I understand. That's that gets into the queue issue also. Okay, good. So please include that in your comments, in terms of why you're proposing that this level 4 that way. And others can also comment one way or the other. Anything else on this proposal H1? Okay, very good. Proposal H2, initial review screens for level 1. And this is listed as consensus also. We did come up with consensus on all of the screens except for aggregate generation capacity, which is not here. It's in proposal H4. So we'll come to that, which is non-consensus. But the screens for which there apparently was consensus, in which we were able to reconcile what the utilities were proposing and what the industry group was proposing, are given here in terms of non-exporting system, secondary ratings, phase imbalance network system, and no construction, which was added in the utility comments on August 16th, as noted here in red. So the industry group might in particular want to note this no construction screen since they haven't seen it yet. And I made also a note here in red for the non-exporting system. Our discussions on non-exporting system screen included discussion of how to have a separate screen to address transients and power quality associated with non-export. And what the utilities came back with, which reconciled with what the industry group had proposed, if a non-exporting system, passive aggregate generation is less than 100% of peak load, and bypass both the aggregate generation screen and the secondary ratings screen, but still conduct all other screens. And that's what the utilities proposed, and it was consistent with what the industry had proposed. So it seemed like we were done, but I'm not sure that what it says is enough to address transients and power quality. So people can comment on that, or somebody may want to say something now about it. And then the second item here in red, which also somebody may want to comment on now or in writing, is this is a substantive change. I think this phrase here, non-construction. If the applicant does not pass either secondary ratings or phase imbalance screens, first conduct a minor modifications review with the customer to address any minor secondary side modifications that may be required. And the utilities group put in a comment, non-construction modifications that may be required. In other words, implying that any modification which involved construction would require going to supplemental review, is to me how I read that. But so this non-construction point, maybe it's not so clear what's meant by a non-construction modification. That's why it's in red also. So these are the two, actually the three things I've noted here in red. This phrase non-construction, this proposed wording for the non-exporting system, and this additional screen for no construction that was added at the last minute. I believe that's the extent of this proposal H2. Any thoughts, comments from anyone right now?
This is Frank from PNM on that on the network. I think it says anything less than 50 kW is the automatic pass on the underground network. Yeah, that's an aggregated generation less than 50 kW. That's not correct.
Okay.
It says
on 1276. Yeah, an aggregate generation is less than 50 kW. No.
So it says and, so it has to meet both of those criteria. So if it's 51 kilowatts, but it's still less than 50% of the network's instantaneous minimum load, it would still fail that screen. And if it's 49 kilowatts and it's 51% of the minimum load, it would still fail the screen. So it has to meet both of those criteria. Does that make sense, Frank?
A little bit.
So it's the way it's written, it wouldn't, a 25 kilowatt application would not automatically pass in a network. It is also dependent on the minimum load.
Of the instantaneous, okay.
And things like this, if we're flagging them.
I don't really see that as a qualifier. Aggregate generation is less than 50 and so it isn't, predominantly it's 50% of the network instantaneous minimum load. I don't see, it depends upon the actual in other words, the N less than 50 kW is meaningless. It's not a qualifier at all whatsoever. So it's just like, well, if it's less than 50, and hey, you're you should be able to pass if it's your instantaneous minimum load is more than 50 kW. And it's less than 50, you should be good to go. So it's not. I think it really doesn't. It doesn't correlate correctly.
Is it just a wording? Is it just a wording issue in terms of phrasing? Like if we said,
I mean,
if both of the following two conditions are true, number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, and it's it's less than 50. But let's say you could have a instantaneous minimum load of 60 kW and it's less than 50, and a generation of 50. So I don't know. You would have to look at the analysis and see. I mean, I think that's just a caveat. And by the way, if it's less than 50, I don't know where it came from the previous NEM, or I don't know where that exactly came from. I'm just going to go by 50% of the minimum instantaneous minimum load. That's the qualifier, not any system size or aggregate generation is less than 50 kW. It has no specification as far as where is that coming from. I mean, that doesn't make any sense as far as I'm saying. The whole brunt of the analysis is 50% of the network instantaneous minimum load. I can't specify why 50 and it's less than generation, it's less than 50 kW. It doesn't make any sense.
Let me just suggest that a point like this, and there are likely to be several others that the utilities might want to discuss themselves. That you put this on your agenda if you're talking this afternoon or later. To resolve in the sense of propose alternatives.
I'll put a remark on that, but yeah. There's no. It's not based on any level of generation. It's based entirely on the instantaneous minimum load. So that's the. I know you put "and," but it has no basis. It has no basis to be in there. That's what I'm stating. It's not. That's like saying a generality that, oh, you know what, as long as it's 50 kW and less, it should pass. It should be okay. It's, I know it's an "and." I don't know where that came from. Just like the 65% of the transformer shared secondary. I don't know where that. I think that was just an arbitrary value. Let's put it in there without any basis or study on it. So I don't. That's what I'm stating.
Frank, would you be able to to talk this through some more offline with the other utilities over the next week?
Yeah, there's always that.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. And also just to remind everyone that Frank also submitted comments which are in the addendum for proposals H2 and H3 on these initial review screens, level 1, level 2. Frank submitted these comments on August 16th. And again, as I said this morning, I'm not sure if you were there, Frank, but I said this morning, I wasn't able to really determine well enough to what extent those comments warranted changes and or discussion with the other utilities. So these are in the addendum document. And I'll just go down to that page here. H2 initial review screens for level 1. And you had a number of points here, Frank, and I think you're talking here about the network system screen, not automatic fast track, but is there anything that you want to say, Frank, about these comments for this level 1 review screens that you think bear on, like, are going to require, in your mind, would require changes to the text?
Well, that was made by another colleague, and I'll be looking at that.
Okay.
Conjunction. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So there's this sets of comments on proposal H2, and also an equivalent set of comments on, actually just a small comment on fault current screen for proposal H3 for level 2. So just to, again, point out that those comments were submitted, and so people in reviewing the report should take those into account and see if they believe that some wording changes are warranted, and hopefully nothing really of great substance would be required in terms of any changes. All right. Proposal H3, initial review screens for level 2. This is also a consensus and involves simply 4 additional screens: fault current, protection, configuration, and network. And our discussions here seem to be pretty straightforward, and the industry group agreed with the consolidation, the reconciliation. And so I don't think there's much to say here, but anyone want to comment? Okay, and then proposal H4, our final proposal for in this topic, screen for aggregate generation capacity, was a non-consensus proposal. And there's some background here in terms of difference of positions and what each group believed, and the 15% versus the minimum load criteria. And we essentially have 2 options here. We have option 1, which was proposed by the industry group: passive aggregate generation is less than 100% of minimum actual or estimated daytime load. In the event SCADA and metering data are not available, distribution circuit line recorder shall be installed temporarily as required to estimate gross daytime minimum load. And that was an elaboration of our question before of what was meant by estimating. And that was an elaboration provided. And then the option 2 by the utilities group: passive aggregate generation is less than 15% of annual peak load of the line section, or less than 90% of minimum load of the line section, if such minimum load data are available. And that's where we got to with this. That's essentially 2 positions which we were not able to go further with, and I don't believe that further discussion would bring us to a consensus proposal. And so what we've done is we've listed both of these options, and we have put the various positions down here. Actually, the industry group had a number of positions that they had provided in writing on past submissions, going back to May even. And so we've put those in here, at least the elements of their past submissions that seem to be relevant in terms of position on this particular issue of aggregate generation capacity screen. The utilities group, there's only one bullet here, so that's indicating that I believe the utilities group should add their position as to why they are advocating for option 2 and not for option 1, or what their concerns or difficulties with option 1 are. And so whatever bullets the utilities group wants to add in here in terms of their positions, we will just put in verbatim. In other words, we're not going to edit them, we're not going to review them. They're free to say whatever they want here about options 1 and 2. That's at least the intention of how we're presenting this for something that's non-consensus. So that's where we are with proposal H4. Roberto, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that, reiterate what I mentioned this morning, that given that there's so much language here that it's not very clear to me what need to go into the manual because the language needs to be affected. I just put it to be determined TDB, and then put in there that once general consensus is reached, then that language needs to be introduced into the manual itself. So, I mean,
yeah, I mean that's really something for Arthur to, ultimately grapple with. But my impression, my presumption is that if we're leaving our report this way, that the commission is going to have to, make a decision, decide on some basis whether to use option 1 or 2 or some other option or some hybrid. And how they do that, I do not know. But whatever that decision ultimately is, then that will be reflected in the manual. And so it's premature for us to put anything in the manual, given that we don't know how this will play out. And presumably there will be a public comment, process as part of the NOPR, and they'll get a lot of comments on this, and we'll have to take all that into account as well. So I believe you're correct, Roberto, in what you've just said. Anyone else?
Eric, would you like to comment on the flow charts that you?
Yes, thank you, Margie. So for proposals H3 and H2, in terms of these screens, non-exporting, secondary, phase imbalance, et cetera, we have flowcharts from each of the two groups that have also been provided as part of the version 1 report documents. They're both PDF, and they're both reflecting the wording and the language here. Let me just pull up I should have those. I should have those documents. Nope, that's not it. What happened to them?
Eric, I have it open. If you'd like me to put it up, I can.
Hold on, I should have it. Oh, here, I got it. Okay, so this is a 4-page PDF that is part of version 1 of the final report, in which the first 2 pages are the industry flow charts, here for level 1 and here for level 2. And then the second, and then pages 3 and 4 are the utility group flow charts, here for level 1 and here for level 2. And it's not quite clear to me whether these flow charts should indeed or need to be included in the final report, because we have consensus essentially on everything for level 1 and level 2, except for the aggregate generation capacity screen. And the way it's written is basically a written description of the flow. So for level 1, the following screens are part of initial review. If an application passes all screens, proceed to interconnection. Otherwise, proceed to supplemental review. And there are various additional points in here in terms of the flow if something is not passed. And so my belief is that this text accurately reflects both flowcharts from both groups. But if people believe that the flowcharts should still be included, then please comment on that. Or if you believe that there's some aspect of the text which does not accurately reflect the flowchart, then please comment on that. But it seems to me that since proposals H2 and H3 are both consensus, that it's counterproductive to present 2 separate sets of flowcharts that appear different, even when they're both reflecting the same essential consensus proposals. Maybe if somebody were to take the lead in creating one flowchart that combined both and that both groups could find acceptable, but it may be simpler just to rely on the text description, since really that's what we're after. But I don't want to, if people feel strongly one way or the other, then please include that in your comments, or if you have other thoughts about it. But that's where I stand right now in terms of presentation of what we have agreed to, despite the fact that so much work went into the flowcharts. But anyone want to say anything now about that? You can consider it in your comments, in your review. We have included the flowcharts in the first draft. Okay,
Sorry, Eric, it's not in the report. It is a separate document as the addendum is in the report docs folder. So just be clear that it's in a separate document.
very good, very good. Thank you. Okay, moving on then to the last issue, non-export, limited export, inadvertent export, section 3.9. Again, there's quite an extensive background section, and again, the background section is supposed to be a consensus text. So if you disagree with some aspect of what's written here in the background, then please comment on that, or you want to add something, please comment on that. It explains both the issue and the work we went through to address the issue, and why it's important, and why we're addressing it now, given the increase of behind the meter storage, et cetera. And then we have proposals I1 and I2. Proposal I1, non-exporting and limited exporting systems, which is listed as a consensus proposal. And there's some initial text here, and we have used the phrase ongoing operation capacity. There was consensus on using that phrase, and this text here essentially points to ongoing operation capacity, but I added this phrase in red, that this capacity is defined as, since the purpose of this paragraph seemed to me to be defining what that is. If you think it needs to be reworded or somehow adjusted, then please comment on that. But I do believe that we have had a number of iterations of reviewing this text, and that the last couple of iterations really very little has changed. And so I don't think there's going to be a big issue with this. I think what we did in the last round, in the last meeting, was to put in both generation and energy storage together as a phrase, not just energy storage alone. I think that's it for this one. Let me present the next one as well, and then we'll take comments on both of them together. Associated definitions. This was in the previous draft that we were looking at too. I left them here. I don't know. We could put them into the glossary, or they maybe are in the glossary already. But it seems like it's potentially a good idea to have them as part of this proposal close by, just focusing on the things that we really need to define here. But you can comment on that. Proposal I2, inadvertent export of generating and energy storage systems. So that was a change from the last iteration we saw. Also consensus, and we went through this a number of times. And again, I believe that there are no remaining issues for this. There's nothing in red. Everybody seemed to agree on this text. So yeah, that's oops, I've missed hosting capacity proposals. We'll come to those. I thought this was the last one, but any comments from anyone on proposals I1 or I2? Okay, hearing nothing, then truly our last set of proposals, J1, J2, J3, I think through J7, is on hosting capacity, perspective paths to hosting capacity information and mapping. And there's some general background text here on this issue overall, which again, the general background information should be agreed by all in terms of framing and introducing the issue. And then we have the set of proposals which are all non-consensus. And for each one, we've indicated an initial set of organizations supporting or opposing, but please recognize that this is just a preliminary list, and an omission of an organization one way or another does not imply anything. We simply started these lists, but please, if you want to be on a supported by or an opposed by list, then please add your name. That's all you have to do is when you review the draft, to please comment that please add our name on line 1489, or please add our name on 1488. And we will just have those lists of supported by and opposed by. Whoever wants to be on that list, from anyone participating in the working group, you are able to be on either of those lists just by asking to be. Proposal J1, use of hosting capacity information for aggregate generation screen, refers back to our capacity screening proposals. And pretty much everything, these proposals J, we've seen previous drafts that really haven't changed, that are just cut and pasted into this version 1 of the final report. And I'll see if there are any particular notes I want to make. I think we did try to extract, again, some text from previously submitted documents in putting together some initial position text that seemed relevant here. For example, this bullet by the utility group on this proposal J1 from documents that they had previously submitted during the working group. And this is not intended to be definitive or to say that the utility should have this bullet here. It's simply to provide a starting point or an example. So please, the utility group, if you want to remove this bullet, or if you want to add additional bullets, or whatever you want to put here in terms of your positions on proposal J1, please include those in your comments. And again, when it comes to positions like this, we won't be revising them or discussing them. We will simply be inserting them if that's your position and you want to have that reflected in the document. Proposal J2, the same. There's no red here. I think I have this italics note at the bottom of proposal J2 in terms of some similarities with what the utilities had said in some of the discussions earlier that relate to proposal J2. It seemed reasonable to include those to provide a full picture of our discussions. But if the utilities disagree with something that's here or want to modify it, you can please comment on that. Proposal J3, separate venue, same. That was there before. Proposal J4, hosting capacity working group. This is a new proposal submitted by the utilities, I think just before our last meeting. And so this hasn't necessarily been reviewed or discussed by the full working group. It's supported by the 3 utilities. If anyone opposes it, they can add their name to that. If people want to make comments on it in terms of their positions on it, they can. What is your position on this proposal? But we're not really going to be discussing it because it's non-consensus. So it's really just going to stay the way it is. But we can add those positions on it. Proposal J5, collecting preliminary or pilot hosting capacity information, same thing. We've had that before. Proposal J6, hosting capacity pathway to longer term mapping and publishing. This is the original Kevin Cray proposal, which in our last discussion before our last meeting, I guess 4 weeks ago, seemed like it would be a consensus proposal. The utilities were discussing it. We were all discussing it together. And then since then, before our last meeting 2 weeks ago, the utilities decided to put forward their own proposal, which is now J7, instead of supporting this one. And so they're listed now as opposing J6. And otherwise, Kevin Cray's proposal is essentially put in here verbatim. I think we put in here quite a bit of text on the position of the utilities on proposal J6. When they commented on Kevin Cray's proposal, they said a lot of things about it. And we've put all that in here. It's actually more than a page and a half of utility position on proposal J6. And again, this is just a starting point or what seems to be relevant given what the utilities have written, but the utilities are free to delete all of it or replace some of it or modify whatever they want about it. It's really just a placeholder given what's been submitted. And then finally, proposal, oops. That was the last one, wasn't it? J7, J6? J6. I guess.
Can I make
You maybe mean
a
to say,
go
Yeah.
ahead, Kevin.
Go ahead, Kevin.
did you maybe mean to say J7? It sounds like might be J4.
Yes,
What you were
thank
calling J7, I think it's J4. Okay,
That's
cool.
correct. J4 is the utilities alternative version of J6. Thank you.
Okay.
Matt,
Right,
was that
Matt.
what you were going to say?
Well, I was going to make a quick comment just to clarify for the attendees on the call. The comments made below this section by the utilities as partly comments on J6 here, but also partly support for proposal J4 by the utilities. So like it kind of covering two proposals in those comments.
Yeah, and if you want to modify that position text or move or copy some of it into J4 as well, then feel free to do that. That's really up to you. That's up to the utilities to reflect that accurately. So I've just started it, but again, I'm not claiming that that's what needs to be there. And again, as well, if the utilities don't agree and any given individual utility wants to make their own comments on any of these in terms of their position that may be different, then they're free, and we will include that as position by X organization on this proposal. So anyone really in the working group is free to make their own positions known just based on their own one organization as well. And this is all just as the context, the background, the most we can provide to the commission for them to make their best determinations. Okay, I think that's any other comments or thoughts on any of these proposals for J on hosting capacity? Okay, maybe I've talked too much, but I just thought it was worthwhile to elaborate to make sure that people understood what's here and what we're asking for. I think that's everything I wanted to cover today. And Margie, can you think of anything else, or I'll turn it back over to you to conclude our meeting today.
Eric, you might want to scroll down to the end just to show people what the annex list includes. Just for the sake of completeness, we've got information we thought that might be helpful, but maybe a distraction in the body of the report, including the names of the participants, meetings held, some technical presentation links, the work in Annex D that the reconciliation team did is there, along with the link to their spreadsheet. Further background on smart inverters. And then F and G currently are blank because they are proposed revision of text for the rule and manual. The full paper from the cost allocations options group. And then Annex I is the IREC model questions that Jacqueline Waite and team compiled New Mexico-based responses to those questions. So those are the materials that are in the list of annex sets. If there's any other material that the group feels should be preserved as an annex and is important, please let us know, and we are happy to add that as an annex. And I think that was all I wanted to say about the report. The other thing, Eric, maybe up at the very beginning, the table that you've put together to try to help the lay reader or somebody with not much time to get the executive summary. Eric's put together a nice table of the issue, where it's located, how many discrete proposals were introduced on that topic, the status of those, and then coming up with a recommended action. This is all draft right now, but wanted to give you all a thought about how we might condense the 60-some pages of great work into something that's digestible at a quick glance. So if you have suggestions of ways to capture a summary for your executive team or anybody else who might want a quick summary of the report, please let us know if you have ideas about that.
Great, thank you, Margie. Before Margie then concludes with our next steps for reviewing and commenting on this report, any remaining comments from anyone on the annexes, on the summary, on anything we've covered? Matt, go ahead.
Sorry, I just had a question on what Margie said before. I think it was at the bottom at the annexes. So you said, I think Annex F, the rule is blank. And we're waiting for a proposal. Who is proposing the revised text of the rule?
So we don't have a group working on revised rule or manual. The exercise we did today was because we really hadn't asked all of you, the working group, of what elements you thought should be in the rule. We have the old rule, but we have a blank sheet. So we wanted today to ask you through the Miro sticky notes what thoughts you had about what goes into the rule. Arthur might have an idea. I think we decided that the report had to get done first. There are content elements of the report that would be picked up by either the rule or the manual or both. And that's work to be done over the next month, but I don't know exactly. I imagine it'll be if they're a group, if they're members of the working group that want to take on a rule revision, I'm sure Arthur would entertain that. I don't know that it's possible. You all have still done a lot of work and have a lot on your plate. So I think it's going to end up, the facilitator team will probably be drafting those sections, or they'll be blank until the commission makes decisions, and then the rule and manual get written at that point, which is what Arthur said might happen. But I don't have a good answer for you, Matt.
Okay, thank you, Margie. Any other further comments before Margie gives us next steps? Okay, sounds like we're done for this, and we definitely appreciate and look forward to your review of how we've written this up. And Margie, take us through the final section of this meeting today.
Great, and Matt, I think that's a great question. I will talk. Eric and Arthur and I will talk about your question and try to give some clarity when we put our summary of this meeting together. So we have a plan that you can count on for the rule and manual revisions, because I know that's where all our hard work gets summarized and documented for the record. So I will get back with you all on that. I think it's an important question. So our next steps, you can see, and as you've heard, we've got the document in PDF version on the OneDrive site, as well as the annex set, the addendum with the flowcharts the flowcharts and the addendum with the technical issues that Eric has gone through. They're all in that folder. We're asking you to send written comments to Arthur, Eric, and myself by September 3rd, midnight. And please use the reference number in the document to identify the location for your comment. Our commitment is to then discuss anything that needs resolution on September 9th. And then we are going to get a report version number 2 back to all of you by the 13th for comments in the same manner, probably by reference number, by line number, and by midnight on September 22nd. And then we have a meeting of this working group, which we have scheduled as our last meeting of the working group on September 23rd. So, Eric, what have I forgotten in terms of guidance for written comments?
Yeah, I think that's fine, Margie. Just maybe to repeat the point earlier that, when we get to the second draft, we really don't want to be dealing with anything of substance anymore. We simply want to be verifying, confirming that the wording and language accurately reflects what we've already decided on in terms of responding to the comments, in terms of what people have said, and so anything in terms of anything of substance really needs to go now, rather than waiting for the second draft. That will really allow us to have the process in the time frame that we have, because it's difficult enough to respond in just 2 versions, 2 iterations of this. And then finally, I would say that just to remind people or to point out that please comment on the PDF version of the report with the line numbers in the PDF version. That was reposted yesterday, the PDF version with a new link, and also in the folder. Previously, there was a Word version that had been distributed, but the problem with Word versions is that when people bring it into their onto their desktop or wherever it is they're looking at it, Word can adjust the line numbers in terms of margins and spacing and paging and all that. Sometimes the line numbers get readjusted in Word, and you would not be commenting on the correct line number then if you use the Word version. So please comment based on the line numbers in the PDF version. I think that's all, Margie.
Great. What questions are there? I see something in the chat. Oh, that has to do with generating. Okay. Well then, Matt, there's a conversation from you and Tayoko.
My comment in the chat was just to Frank about his question of where the 50 kilowatts came from in the network screen.
And Tayoko had a question about definition of non or no construction. Okay. I will capture all the chat in our record for today. Any other questions? Thank you again for all your work on this. We know it's tedious to go through, and you're helping set the future for the state in this topic. So thank you for your engagement, your contributions, and we will look forward to seeing your comments by September 3rd. If you're running into any problems accessing documents, please contact me and we'll make sure you get what you need. And we'll talk to you again on September 9th. That's 2 weeks from today, 9:30. Same time, same Zoom channel, and we'll see you then. Thank you all. We'll adjourn at 1:39 p.m.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, Margie.